başından izleyen değerli izleyicilerimiz, Eczacıbaşı topluluğu markalarının dijital dönüşüm yolculuklarına ilham veriyor.
We are here to inspire the digital transformation journeys of Eczacıbaşı Group brands, and this is organized for the 6th time. And we are going to reward successful projects. And for the first time ever, we host participants from outside the group for the first time ever this year. We would like to thank you so much and welcome to Dijitaliz 2023. Well, today we're going to be talking about change because change is happening at an incredible pace. Today, we are in an era where those who adapt to change and even those who have the courage to lead the way can rise. We will very soon hear about the experiences of startups and companies which have transformed their sectors and improved and upscaled their business with technology. And at the same time, we will talk about new technologies which will shape our future and power our collaboration. Well, distinguished stakeholders of the Eczacıbaşı Group, the participation of our guests who are interested in the developments in the digital world, and the valuable cooperation of Webrazi, we have thousands of participants who follow us online, and we would like to thank them very much once again for their interest. And once again, I would like to thank you, and I would like to welcome you once again. Well, probably you're all looking forward to the panels, and without further ado, I would like to very briefly go through the program, the schedule of today's event. Well, first of all, we are going to hear three names who have transformed their sectors. Paribu, Rolik, and Insider. We are going to hear the co-founders, and I'm as excited as you are. And according to Bill Gates, artificial intelligence has been the most important technological development of the last 4 decades. And we are going to talk about how we are going to keep up with this change in the second panel. Exponential We founder Azim Azar and Faruk Eczacıbaşı, Vice Chairman and of the Board of Directors of Eczacıbaşı Group and President of the Turkish Informatics Foundation, are going to deal with this topic. And afterwards, Murat Özyeğin will take the floor and he will talk about his observations of the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And we will, of course, listen to venture capital stories and FIBA's digital transformation journey. So, and then we're going to hear some of the established institutions of our country about how well-established institutions maintain their leadership in a world-changing technology. The CEOs of Borusan Holding, Doğan Holding, and Eczacıbaşı Group will take the floor, and we are going to hear their experience about the transformation. And there are many common points, of course, where sports and business life intersect, and we will talk about how we can make a difference with technology and data use from legendary F1 driver David Coulthard. And in our last panel, we are going to hear the marketing leaders of Eczacıbaşı Group who will share with us the impact of changes in consumer habits on marketing. And last but not least, once all of the panels are done, Dijitaliz 2023 will end with the Dijitaliz Awards, where the successful digital projects of Eczacıbaşı Group will be rewarded. And I would like to invite Esra Eczacıbaşı Doşkun, but before that, we would like to show you a small film summarizing the digital transformation journey of the Eczacıbaşı Group. Let's wait.
Başlarken de söyledim, panellerimize geçmeden önce bir açılış konuşmamız olacak.
I am now going to invite Eczacıbaşı Group Digital Transformation Coordinator and board member Esra Eczacıbaşı Doşkun. Welcome. Well, distinguished guests, distinguished Eczacıbaşı participants, I would like to welcome you Dijitaliz 2023. So, today, we have participants who are joining us online and physical, and we would like to thank you very much. Dijitaliz is organized for the 6th time. This time, But for the first time, we are very excited to share Dijitaliz with those who enjoy their business. And I do hope that it's going to be a very influential, impressive, and a very enjoyable day. So we had the digital revolution, which was transferred to different industries, and every company was involved in a digitalization effort. So for such a long time, it has been on the agenda of so many board members in different industries. But despite that, at the same time, because they can't keep up with the change, some of the companies went bankrupt. Nokia, who used to be a market leader, have had to exit their business, their existing business. Conventional companies, where they were dominant in the industries, could not find a solution to the incoming new players. Car producers could not compete with Tesla, or banks could not compete with Stripe or PayPal. And the impact of digital technologies on our business is increasing and accelerated every day with the pandemic. Health, media, e-commerce, and in remote work, they were completely changed and transformed. And as a result of the failure to keep up with the change was mortal. According to the global surveys, 70% of the company executives in their transformation journey say that they were not able to have sustainable impact or meet their targets, aspirations. What about the remaining successful 30%? What did they do? So the companies noticed that this is not only with the digital transformation. It's not all. Most of the companies are separating their digital strategies into the technologies they use, like machine learning, artificial intelligence, or blockchain. So technology is a means, it's not an end. But technology is also offering a number of opportunities to implement our business strategies. So it's not only the technology, but it has to be surrounding the users and the clients. Just like John Deere, since 1837, selling tractors, the success is hidden over here. And in the past, we had the advanced engineering quality and high quality and impeccable and a great brand image, who were contributing to the success of John Deere brand. And today, when we look at the equipment sold by John Deere, thanks to the sensor and cloud computing technologies, remote technologies, agriculture softwares, and autonomous driving technologies, they are very smart. And they are collecting, these equipment are collecting data from every square meter, and they are using in an optimized fashion to work with the data of fertilizers, of the ingredients, or the different chemicals. So at the center of the transformation, we have the clients, and this is the very trick of the success. So the customers are not merely there to buy some trucks or tractors, but to have a much more efficient and productive agricultural activity. Another great trick is to see that there is not a very strict end or beginning to this digital transformation, because the new technologies, in terms of the customer behaviors, economic systems, and the ways we do business, they are going to be impacting and having all the repercussions. Agility is going to be very important. Hierarchical structure, bureaucratic or red tape processes can't keep up with the speed of the digital transformation. So we have to take proper risks, and we should not fear trial and error, and we should really learn from the errors. And in Eczacıbaşı community, in Eczacıbaşı group, we are learning to keep up with the pace of the change, not once, but on a continuous basis. And this is not a fixed destination or a conventional transformation project. So we had the acceleration in the digital transformation in 2018, and we had two different approaches which guided us. So the first one is the perspective, looking at today's problems with a future-oriented perspective. And the second one is from future to today. So what is going to be the level of the transformation of the industries today? And to keep up with that, what shall we do? So in other words, the main business lines have to be prepared for the future. But in line with that, in parallel, we were planting the seeds of the future business lines. And the transformation is not merely taking with technology investments or the strategies on paper. Culture, we have acknowledged the fact that culture and the talent transformation are indispensable aspects of a successful transformation journey. With adaptation and iteration, the products and processes will need to be developed at all times. So from agile methods to the data literacy, from digital tools to the new supply chain management, we have created new curricula for the digital transformation. We are developing the capabilities, and we are also trying to acquire the best talents of their domains. And we have involved all of our stakeholders into this dialogue. And for our high-yielding performance employees, we started to award them in a way that they will have 5% of their yield as a result of their productivity. And we focused on projects as a result of which in 2023 the operational profitability out of the digital transformation have increased 8% in the total productivity. So we were future prepping the existing business, and we are also working on the incubation of new business lines. And we are very happy and proud to have achieved this great transformation in two business lines. So end-to-end marketplace covers, and it offers a warranty. And the other one is the people who are looking for and offering healthcare services are gathering together on Evital. So thanks to Decovers or Evital, the people who have problems to solve are going to come up with very comfortable and very convenient solutions. And our North Star was again customer expectations when we were executing these two projects, Decovers and Evital. And we would like to wish them the best of luck on this challenging journey. And we also are very happy to see that this digital transformation journey is also acknowledged outside externally as well. So in terms of marketing to sales, we had won great awards. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who put their efforts into these great projects. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in our Dijitaliz event, we from Formula One to the business and entrepreneurship world, we have a wide variety of great speakers, and they are leaders and very distinguished names. And we're going to hear the new technologies, how they integrate this into their life, into their business, into their company strategies. And at the end of the event, with Dijitaliz Awards, we're going to be celebrating the projects all together. And this year, we had the record number of applicants for the Dijitaliz Awards, and we are very happy and proud to see an acceleration in the number of such incoming applicants. Distinguished guests, you know, we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of our republic on the way of our founding father, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, with the inspiration we got from our founder, Necdet Eczacıbaşı, as a leader of the contemporary, healthy and high-quality life. We are going to be increasing our works in this respect. I would like to wish you a very productive event, and thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much for this encouraging and very inspiring speech, Esra Hanım. Now, 2020 year, the year 2023 has been an important turning point for the technology world. ChatGPT entered our lives at great speed, and generative artificial intelligence found concrete usage areas, and artificial intelligence discussions were, of course, a priority at the top of our agenda. ChatGPT alone attracted 14 billion visitors, and it reached 100 million users in less than 2 months, and it broke a record, leaving giants such as Instagram and WhatsApp behind. So, this statistic alone shows how critical it is to keep up with the speed of digital change. And it is indeed an unbelievable year full of very striking developments. And as we leave behind a year full of incredible developments, we will talk about how we can be a part of this transformation and how we will build the future together in this great event, Dijitalis 2023. Without further ado, I would like to now invite my panelists for the first session. So, in our first session today, we will host Paribu, Insider, and Rolik, who have managed to become game makers in their own fields while the world and technologies are changing rapidly. So, CEO of Eczacıbaşı İlaç Sanayi ve Financial Yatırımlar, Eczacıbaşı Pharmaceutical, Industrial and Financial Investments CEO, Emin Fadıloğlu is going to be the moderator. Hande Çilingir, co-founder and CEO of Insider, which reached a valuation of over $2 billion here. Burak Vardal, co-founder and CEO of Rolik, whose games have been downloaded with more than 2 billion times in the world, and Turkey's largest cryptocurrency exchange with over 6 million users. Now, co-founders, Paribu co-founder and CEO Yasin Oral are now going to take the floor with a great round of applause.
Geldiniz. Emin Bey.
Peki. Yes, please. Let's start with Hande Hanım with our first question. So the first question is not for you, Yasin Bey. And then we can follow as we like. Well, I'm excited even when moderating the panel because we have three very successful entrepreneurs who have written stories again, and you are the new game builders. So I'm going to ask you a number of questions, but before starting, whatever we would like to have from one another, whatever we would like to hear from you, I mean, please surprise us and do not limit yourselves with the questions. So Anil, if you're okay, we can start with you. Talking about this success, I mean, looking back, we should, of course, have a number of dynamics which paved the way for this success and what makes you, your characteristics. I don't think that I have special traits which had paved the way for this success because we are talking about a number of people and teams working, and we are talking about the recent developments in our industry like the generative AI and digital productivity tools. So there are a number of recent developments which has started with the mobile technologies, and then that has continued with social media platforms and then cloud platforms and cloud computing. So now we're talking about the emergence of AI. So from a personal side, I don't have much to say. With your permission, let me skip that. But there could only be one thing I can talk about myself, because I have this dear person. I mean, Mr. Eczacıbaşı has always said, whenever you have a chance to talk to him, well, every age has its difficulties and challenges, but we all have one common point, which is the fact that we are looking for meaning in our lives. So it was very important for us to unite people around a common goal and a common meaning. And what we wanted to do was to show the whole world that there could be software companies emerging out of other places around the world other than the Silicon Valley. And Turkey was included in these optional geographies, of course. Let me try to talk to you a bit about this story of transformation. We have been talking about innovation for some very long time now, but actually we are talking about the concept of reinvention, which is not actually innovation all the time, because reinvention starts within yourself. Innovation, on the other hand, starts with a completely new brand idea, and it's impossible for us to come up with a brand new idea all the time, but then we can reinvent things. And another important factor is that softwares get old rather quickly, and you need to renew them. So since a number of companies and multi-organizations and softwares which have not been able to reinvent themselves, I mean, remember Skype. Why did we have cloud computing and cloud platforms while we still had Skype? But then we also had Messenger as a platform of communication, but then we've started to use other platforms like WhatsApp and Zoom and many others. So as I'm sitting here, the reinventions are almost limitless in number, but in Bangladesh now, 5 software engineers might be reinventing a different sort of software. So in order for us to reinvent ourselves, we need to start our journey from within, from ourselves. And as a last remark, what I can tell you is that venture capital is of course important, but as Mr. Faruk Eczacıbaşı, or let me call him my brother Faruk Eczacıbaşı, always refers to this concept in his podcasts, because social capital is more important than this venture capital, and it is through these networks which need to be invested in. And this kind of transformation was made possible because investments continued in this area. But as for now, let me stop here. Well, thank you. Who would like to take the word? Those were very good remarks. I have no idea what I can add on to that. So for me, flexibility is important. So on an individual basis, from that kind of individuality, you need to be able to create a balance in your vision. 99% of the job is being done by the team and the members therein. But then we take a number of decisions, and throughout the year, there might be some 2 or 3 critical moments where you might feel the need to have a vision or update your vision, because it's during those times of transformation and change that we just sit down and try to understand what's going on around us in the world. So you should be both flexible and you should stick to your vision and targets, and there has to be a balance between these 2 polarities. So we have gone through this process ourselves, and we have decided that our number 1 cultural and corporate value is flexibility and agile, because everything might change at any given moment. So based on a kind of cultural set of values, we attach great importance to this during our meetings and negotiations and job meetings. For example, we want someone to answer a question like this: would you be able to kill a project that you had been working for 6 months? So you need to have different perspectives, and you need to shift to different positionalities in life. And both leaders and entrepreneurial leaders, and as people striving after technology, our number 1 priority amongst the startups is the fact that we need to be able to analyze how fast we can be adapting ourselves to these unprecedented changes around us, which will make things easier. Thank you for your words. When I was establishing this startup, I left working on a project that I had been working for like 9 months. So in order not to be too insistent on anything, of course there are many dynamics and issues which are related to me, internally speaking, and I'm trying to transfer some points of view, and my success will be defined based on this. And we need to define this, because when someone asks me if you find the company successful or not, I can't tell you readily that, yes, I see it like that. Because what is the criteria for success? It very much depends on how you define your criteria and how you select your criteria. We have a number of issues which I deem very important. One of them is being lean, simplicity. In every issue you can imagine, in every area, in every plane of life, when presenting services to people, it might be the interface that you're using in your software through which you transfer your services to people. And it's not always preserving a value as it is for eternity without changing it. So one of the most important rules for us is to be able to negotiate continuously. Where are you positioned? And if you have any deviation that you observe, you need to reposition yourself accordingly. So marginal benefits and the pros and cons of whatever you're doing. So the marginal benefit should be negotiated with our stakeholders. It should not be falling down to zero. And I have gone through this error many times. I had to change some things when there was such a need, but I didn't. So I have borne the consequences of that. And from another perspective, we have another fundamental rule, which is if everyone can do something or have something by paying for it, then we should not be doing that. We should do something different. Marketing, communication. So every sphere is included in this area. Of course, we are talking about technology, and I'm going to say something different from a different perspective. Why are we doing all these? When technology changes our lives dramatically, or when we change technology in dramatic scales, what's going to happen? So there was this program in the morning, the World's Volunteers Day, and this seminal question, that is, why are we doing this, should be internalized more by people. And I personally think that we have been able to do that to a certain extent, because in the world, if we are trying to better something or improve something, to instate justice, for example, if you really focus on that area, and if you can really allocate your efforts to your vision, then you can have something meaningful. Well, great indeed. As I'm listening to you, well, we have 3 technology leaders, and we have asked you your definition of success. And every one of you have defined success in different ways, but you have all talked about leadership. As the Eczacıbaşı group, we heartily believe that leadership plays an important role in the corporate's achievement and success. So I personally believe in leadership and the notion of leading people in the right manner heartily. But then sometimes things are not enough to find the answers. So we tend to forget ourselves, and it seems that this ability of forgetting ourselves and identities will be something important, and we will be turning into organizations analyzing the scale of curiosity amongst our people as well. Now let me move on to our second question. Throughout your journey, as you have mentioned, we have many obstacles and bottlenecks along the way. Sometimes you need to quit things, and sometimes you can't quit anyhow. And when you return back to your starting position, any remorses you have, or any ideas like what things you would be doing differently? How would you act if you had a second chance? Well, I think we need to refer to the concept of circularity when we're talking about these startup companies and organizations at large. I can tell you a great number of stories around what should I have done or what shouldn't I have done. But on the other hand, even the errors that we had in the past or wrong modes of behavior, they are crucial in the sense that they were the dynamics which led us to success and achieve more in life. And in many belief systems, we have this reference to circularity, and whatever happens is for a good reason. This is what our beliefs tell us. But other than that, if that needs to be told, again, as long as the marginal benefit is not reduced down to the minimum, you need to look at things from a positive perspective. I'm not talking about the mindset here. I'm not talking about the ways of thinking. I'm talking about turning the processes into a corporate framework and a corporate culture. Otherwise, no matter how good you might be at leading projects and how efficient you might be as a leader, if these processes are not corporate enough, and if you do not have a proper network and relationality, you are not able to position your product effectively as well. So I always say, well, I would be doing this part of that project differently. I mean, I refer to what you have said only partially, not completely. Well, I can take the word from where he stopped. I have an answer to this question, but I don't have an answer for it either, because it's not always proper to evaluate the past based on the present values and notions that we embrace. But at least there are some things which we could say we could do more. So one of them is talking about external factors and the dynamics within the country. We tend to use them as excuses when we define it, but then we shouldn't stick to them as excuses, both from a personal perspective and from a social perspective. So I was a speaker during the Gilbeck Gala, and I've talked about this there as well. As technology leaders, we are enabling a product and service to be presented to the market, but we should believe in its real value as well, because the republic will be established again and again with what we produce. It will be established and it will be eternal with our achievements. If there will be a shuttle or robot or a rocket that will be sent to outer space from Turkey, then that means we have been sticking to innovations. And if we have more startup companies, every year the republic will be established again and again. So we need to believe in what we are doing, not only in the realm of technology, in all industries and in all dimensions and spheres of life, which have a direct bearing on the improvement and emergence of this country as a strong state. So we have witnessed such achievement in the field of volleyball, for example, because now parents are sending their children to these games and they want their children to be successful players. So we need to believe in this minimum benefit, because if you ask me, every one of us has something to do for the country. And with your permission, I would like to ask you to give a big hand for Faruk Eczacıbaşı for what he did for our volleyball players. Well, the women's part is especially meaningful for us, and there are millions of young women and children, girls, who are following them with great excitement and taking them as role models, and that will continue into the future as well. And lastly, what things should I have done differently? I mean, there is this vision which Faruk Eczacıbaşı has mentioned in his book, titled as "This is my job and work." Sometimes he really expresses them fluently and effectively. Therefore, I would like to refer to him. He says that Turkey's new story is not a narrative that consists of defenses and excuses. It should be the expression of a good intention for a much more developed country that will be established and sustained in the future. So we need to be able to talk around Turkey's critical role among civilizations and cultures. Turkey is a peaceful country, contributing to peace around itself and to its neighboring countries, and it should be our common aim to have a continuous improvement for our country. So our teams should also embrace these values as teams. So we should do these more, and we should have done these more. Well, thank you. Perhaps, I mean, due to my young age, I had a number of errors in the past. I'm talking from the context of my company. I had this data set, which is sales per employee, that I was following, and it's the figure you have per person. So on the first day of our establishment, as of our 6th month, it was more than $2 million. But at one point, the income has grown so large that we were in need of more people and more resources. And during a critical period of the company, we have laxed things a bit, and we did not act diligently and in an agile manner. So looking back, I think this was the most important mistake I have had. No matter how large your scope is, sometimes offering too many opportunities to your team might be a hindrance in itself, because talking about a certain set of data, if you can instate discipline around that data, that means your company, your organization will be benefiting from that innovative approach in all spheres of life. And then in time we have also seen that this has evolved into a definition of roles and responsibilities of individuals in a team, and it was rather painful to turn back to that team spirit that we had in the beginning. But I wholeheartedly agree with what has been said, because if those mistakes had not been there, we wouldn't be able to position ourselves as we are now, because we learn from mistakes. So this was one of the things I wouldn't do. And secondly, I wouldn't sell the company. Well, leaving the joke aside, of course, in order to have a larger brand for Turkey, I mean, I think we could do more things, but of course our international partners have brought in along. As an organization owned by the Americans, we are still trying to preserve the Turkish talent pool within the organization, and it is our mission to attract young Turkish people to the company. So if we can just create a sort of balance between these two worlds, things will be great, because based on my own experience, Turkey is not like Europe, but it could be likened to a small-scale USA. This is my personal opinion, of course. So we need to think around dynamics in that context. So the talent and working principles and rules are more appropriate for us. So we can create a small pool of talent in Turkey, and if we can bring together these talents in the country, because my company was sold very quickly, but now this is our greatest and most important mission. Great. So let me share and summarize what I remember from your words, Jane. So when I grow up, I would like to be a panelist, not a panel moderator. So you have put it in very modest words, because it's through these mistakes and errors that we learn things and we better improve ourselves. So when I ask myself, like from a startup perspective, what have I seen in the past processes? In that product building process, some things you learn are beneficial to you all along the way, but some things you have experienced during that time might be a bottleneck for you. So I think that was a period which we could be defining as 0-1, but now we are in the phase of 0-2. I've learned this. And secondly, if we are talking about a game that we know heartily and insist on playing the game that we know best, we should be open to different games.
Now let's go to the feature for the third question. You are two professionals who have previously created the feature, but both in terms of technology and in terms of the capabilities, what is awaiting us? What could be the winning formulas? Burak, you go first, please. Thank you. Well, before technology, I would like to say something. I think the future, as far as I see, so in terms of the entertainment and the gaming industry, I think the work ethic is one of the most important components. I think this tends to be forgotten, but there is a huge problem in the world right at the moment vis-à-vis the work ethic, and our competitors are behind us because they can't keep up with our energy and our passion and our aspirations. And I think this is the number one priority that Turkey needs to plan, how we are going to maintain the energy in terms of through the strategies. And that includes the loss of talent. So how to motivate people, how to keep them, how to make them happy, how to maintain them. That should be the number one priority, because I believe we have the upper hand, particularly for our own industry. And the second thing is data and data science. For the last 4 to 5 years, we have very specific teams, and this has been their specific talents. But now running a query, by writing a simple code that you would be in a position to get data. But now you could merely ask a number of questions and you have them. Therefore, every team member shall be asking a question and having that curiosity and being able to ask that. So it's not going to be the big data and put them onto dashboard and turn them into insights. And it's going to be an automatic thing, and every employee of the company shall be using that. So rather than a craftsmanship, this is going to be a way of finding further business. And I think we need to increase that curiosity. And previously, working quite hard or being a graduate of a great school used to be sort of the advantages, but now it has been also joined by the use of data, because still data tells you what is problematic, but still it can't pinpoint or tell you or instruct you how to take that strategic decisions. There should be still that creativity or the input of the human beings to take the next step. So that skill of using data and taking the next step is going to be a very important asset for everyone, and very specific data science teams are going to become the core teams of the companies. That is the biggest thing which I expect. And in our own entertainment area, human creativity shall use that, and I think it's going to be continued as such. Well, now that we have talked about generative AI and while following the trends or doing some reading, I have taken a number of notes. The different trends which will shape up the upcoming decade. I would like to talk about those. Well, trends are actually not new. They are the amended versions of the existing ones. But as a result of those trends, one of the trends in the field of agriculture, for example, there is a trend, or in steel and concrete, there are going to be more startups, and they're going to optimize the existing carbon emissions. In addition to that, for all the children, lawyers, doctors, AI support or AI assisted services will be offered, and particularly these tools or devices will become more autonomous. And on the public side, there may be with small or microfinancing, public transportation will be promoted or financed more, hence the reduction of the vehicles and the optimization of the traffic. In addition to that, particularly on the food side, or animal proteins could be supplied with an alternative. The production, manufacturing of alternative proteins, again supported by AI, some alternative options. And I don't understand aviation, but the Mach 5 between London and New York, and I believe it could be amazing. Some air devices, air vehicles, which will reduce the whole trip to 90 minutes. And very interestingly, again, with the support or assistance of AI, more natural resources will be exponentially created, so including lithium, cobalt, and all those will be supporting the geothermal energy. It's not only nuclear energy, but these parts are expected to develop. But of course, we can count everything until midnight. But I think I can say something related with our own field and the number of software developers is going to reach millions. Therefore, the coding, it's going to be more accessible compared to this time. And this is deeply going to impact every industry. And Forrester CEO says that every company one day is going to become a software company inevitably. So these are the things which I have followed and seen as trends which will shape the future. Thank you so much, Yasin Bey. So mainly when I'm asked this, well, people expect to hear blockchain, of course, but this is not all. I think any and every type of technology shall not be given so much responsibility or put so much pressure in terms of changing the future because it has to be complemented by the different parts of the puzzle. And I think we need to look from a very simple perspective. And for such a long time, I have been holding the same view. I think the trigger of so many things is coming from a very different industry, the development of the battery industry, where we can utilize and store so much energy. And all those developments are going to put us into a very different path. And this is not a game changer, it's a triggerer. And because everything that we can imagine today is limited by this. What I'm talking about is a limiter in that respect. And energy, well, when we assume that the energy as we know is not in our life, well, and we have to imagine the chaos which would be created by that. And thinking that when we are able to store it for longer, or when we make it accessible for a longer time, I think there's a very thin line between these two. And if there is no energy, what would be the things that people were dwelling upon? It might have to do something with their humanity, perhaps. And to be able to go to the next level, I think we need to remove these limits. And probably it's going to be the beginning of the second stage. Well, great. Thank you so much, distinguished panelists. And this is our last 2 minutes. Rather than take the questions, perhaps I would like to give the floor back to you if you have any last words or last sentences to say. So, this is not something we missed, but if you allow me, I would like to say one thing. This is very important and fitting for today. This is something which I have on my wall. And it was in the book of Bülent Eczacıbaşı. So we have so many things to do, obviously, and that is why, well, we never lose our inspiration, because inspiration is there. Motivation is sort of temporary. And when I'm demotivated for a number of reasons, this is one of the quotes which make me stand up. So the color of the sky is pale. We are going to repaint it, and we are going to do so many things. We have a lot to accomplish. Thank you so much. I think that's a very fitting closing for the panel. And this is why I'm here. I am a member. I'm becoming a member of Evital, and this is our dream, which I would like to share with you. So every player, including us, in the healthcare industry is there for a reason, to be there for the patients, for people who are looking for some healthcare solutions. Well, we call them patient, but it even starts before they become patients. So knowing and being able to manage their own conditions. This is what we imagine for those individuals. If we have the whole system for that purpose, then we would like to go to the feet of the individuals who are looking for some solutions, healthcare solutions, and we will continue working. And hopefully we are going to be a panelist rather than a facilitator. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Emin Bey, this was perfect. You were indeed stealing the role. Now, without slowing down, now we are going to dive into our session, the exponential age, AI. And now we're going to have some activity over there. That's why I have opted for my pink team. And I'll switch to English now because I need to do this.
Guest today, Azim Asar, a top expert in artificial intelligence and other exponential technologies. He's the creator of Exponential View and the author of the bestseller book, The Exponential Age. Azim Azar has also been co-chair of the Global Futures Council on Complex Risks for the World Economic Forum. In this session, we will hear about the most recent developments in generative AI technologies and learn how individuals and also businesses can prepare for the transformative impact. Now, with your applause, of course, let's hand the stage to Azim Azar and Faruk Eczacıbaşı for an insightful conversation.
So again, hi Azim. It's been, since yesterday evening, we were heavily involved in quite big discussions.
Yes.
Most of the group here doesn't know your bottom 50%, because always I think we see you on the TV making your monologues, and sometimes your very efficient interviews. And I think quite a big group, quite a big crowd here knows you almost quite well. Would you mind to tell you about yourself at the very beginning? You said, I found companies, raised venture capital, exited, invested in startup, and failed many times. So, what's your story?
First of all, thank you, Faruk Bhai, for inviting me to the extended family gathering of Eczacıbaşı Group. And
Oh, well, that's very good. But
I've been practicing a lot, yes. I've got to spend some time with you the last couple of days, and you've been a very generous host. I've discovered you're something of a comedian, so I'm looking forward to our conversation. But when I was researching, I also saw that about 6 years ago you had your book, Daha Yeni Başlıyor, which I think from the summary that ChatGPT gave me, because my Turkish is not so strong, really brings out some of the very, very key themes that we're going to discuss today. So really I'm very honored to get the invitation from you. Thank you. I feel I could have asked you the question. Tell me your story. So let me tell you briefly, and as a respectful guest of your hospitality, just a couple of small elements. The first is, I think I'm just very lucky with my timing, because I was born in 1972, just when the computer industry as we know it was starting. So through my life, as a child, as a teenager, I've been able to track these technologies and use them. And I was very lucky in my mother bought our first computer in 1981. And when I went to university, I was able to access the internet by 1990. And so that timing, I think, is really fortuitous. And I think you see in my book, the timing of what I look at is really closely related to what I remember as a child. And I would say that the second bit of luck that I've had has been that I'm easily distracted. So I never stayed in one job or in one place for long enough to become an expert. But the result is that I worked in many, many different fields. And it turns out, 40 years later, 10 years ago, it's a real advantage to be a generalist to be multidisciplinary in this period of disruption, of exponential change. In the previous 50 or 100 years, the advantage came to those who were specialists. And again, I can't claim to have any strategy for that. It was just luck.
You think so?
I think so.
Okay, you've been quite involved from the beginning of the technology, and I mean, I considered the last year kind of a beginning of a new paradigm. So your book is written in Anno Domini.
Mm-hmm.
What is the change in your minds in the meantime? What happened? I mean, there is such a breakthrough.
Yeah. Has it really only been a year? I think it's been 100 years since ChatGPT was released. I mean, it really feels like that. I think everyone was surprised at what the response to this product would be and what we could do with this technology. It became just good enough to use. If you had used chatbots based on technologies slightly earlier than the one that OpenAI launched with, you would have been very disappointed. 2 weeks before OpenAI released ChatGPT, Facebook had released a very, very specific chatbot called Galactica for scientific research. And they'd had to pull it because it had some kind of quality issues. So I think it's been very, very surprising. Now, once we see how useful it is, what has started to happen, of course, is capital has been able to orient itself very rapidly around this opportunity. Venture capital, of course, because venture capital is the fastest moving capital in the world. If you've ever watched 6-year-olds playing football, soccer, and the way they chase after the ball when it gets kicked, that's what venture capitalists are like. They'll run very quickly after the ball. But even the big companies like Google called its code red and has swung the company around around generative AI. But I think one thing that is incredibly surprising is that we don't really know what this technology is. So the scientists, in a way, have presented this technology, chatbots, generative AI, the large language model that is the engine that makes it work. But we don't know why it works, how it works, what's happening inside. It's very different to another general purpose technology we can think of, so the internal combustion engine. When Benz produced those internal combustion engines, we had some theories about how this worked. We had a lot of iteration before then, and we understood what might come next. And when I talk to the computer scientists and the AI researchers, as I have done over the last 10 years, and in particular the last few months, there is agreement that we don't really know what these things do, how they work, what makes them do better, what makes them do worse. Speaking a few weeks ago, Sam Altman, who is the boss of OpenAI, was talking about GPT-5, which is the next version that OpenAI is working on. And he said in this interview, well, it'll be better, but in what ways it will be better, we don't know. And we don't know which ways, by implication, it will be worse. So I think that's another surprising thing, that we still don't really know what makes these things work and how we use them. And so that, just to bring this full circle, I think is the challenge for business. Because in business, you don't want to be working with something that operates randomly. You want to work with something that has certainty, certainly in manufacturing processes and so on. At the same time, the evidence shows that generative AI is incredibly useful for productivity. So how do you match your uncertainties around it, the risks it might expose you to, with the rewards of a productivity-boosting technology? So this past year has been, I describe it as a year of chaos, because the questions are so complicated.
So, but they say engine is kind of a complex system.
Mm-hmm.
The human brain is a complex system, even more complex system. But I think what happens with AI is you put different complex systems on chains, one after another. Then it becomes really confusing for the human being himself.
Yes.
And how do you think that institutions will be able to cope up with AI? I mean, you say that it's there is an exponential age and exponential gap.
Yeah.
And well, I mean, this is an optimism and a pessimism question, I think. Will it increase, decrease? What's going to happen?
Well, I think the exponential gap is the idea that the possibilities of the technology accelerate past the institutions that we use to make sense of the world. Humans need institutions because if we don't have them, and institutions include norms and behaviors, we have to look at everything with fresh eyes, and that's an extremely expensive and tiring way to live your life in the world. And a great example of the exponential gap, which I'm sure you've had the experience as a parent, and I certainly have had the experience, is that when I grew up, we understood what happened at dinner. At dinner, the family gathered around the table, and the family talked. And those were the norms. We didn't have a rule about the smartphone at dinner in 1986. And I now battle with the exponential gap at home, which is that what is the rule for the smartphone at dinner? What is the rule for TikTok at dinner, at the dinner table? Because the norms have not yet emerged. And you can take that and you can build that up to much bigger questions. So, a great question is about the large technology platforms, and do they behave as monopolists? Well, the traditional way of looking at a monopoly was built out of a world that your business knows very well, industrial manufacturing production. And if any company got a monopoly in industrial production, you would know what would happen. They would raise the prices and the quality would go down. But that hasn't happened with digital products. And so we can feel that the big tech companies may be monopolists, maybe, but they didn't fit the rules, the institutions by which we define them. And it's only been in recent years, the last couple actually, since the book came out, that we've started to see, for example, the Digital Services and the Digital Markets Act in the EU, and I believe in Turkey you have a similar set of rules for social platforms that start to create specific rules for the world in which we live, not in the world in which we used to live. So that's how you start to close that exponential gap. Generative AI raises all sorts of new different issues. And I would just raise a few of them. One of them is going to be, how do you attribute the intellectual property that generative AI uses to learn from? What credit do we give to the artist or the writer or the analyst who produced the material? A second example is these generative AI systems are built somewhere. They're not in the cloud. They're built in America or in China. And so they will embed particular values and patterns of behavior that might not be visible, and they might not be appropriate for a country like Turkey or the UK or Pakistan or India. And so we don't know how to inspect them, and we don't know how to say what we want from them. There will also be issues about the way in which, as companies implement these systems in their work, how they relate to the workforce, and what that means about the relationship between the worker and the employer. So I think all of these are going to be questions that I touch on in my book. I know you look at some of them in yours, which are going to become more prevalent over the coming years.
Okay. And I think so an extension of this question is, what would you think about the future politics and social developments and well, I get to the future work a bit later.
Okay.
And because which is, I think, valid for everybody here. But what would you think about, in general, what's going to happen in the society? Have you any indication?
Yeah, I mean, I am really pleased that there is a widespread discussion about AI in society, and the degree to which that discussion is widespread, of course, is that we had the big global summit in the UK in Bletchley Park about 2 months ago that looked at safety, and that national governments and multi-stakeholder groups and companies are asking these questions. And the reason I think it's a good thing is that we didn't ask these questions in a societal way around things like the car or electricity or the telephone. And when we think about the car in particular, many cities, I don't know Istanbul well enough, but I can talk about American cities, are designed for the car, not for the pedestrian, not for the human who lives, but the machine the human sits in. And partly we didn't have an open discussion about how that technology should make its way in the world. We started to do better with other technologies in terms of the consultation that we used to have with them. And I think it's really important with a technology that is as generalized as artificial intelligence, which means it will affect every industry, from healthcare through to finance, from manufacturing through to media, and every job within those industries, that there is a wide discussion about AI. Now, where I'm not particularly excited has been that a lot of the discussion has been about very far out extreme risks, as opposed to the day-to-day present issues that we have to contend with around AI. And some of those include, we don't know how these systems work, so we don't know what kind of biases or prejudices they are perpetuating. We don't know how much control we're going to have of the companies who are building them in terms of their willingness to be transparent about what they choose to build or what they don't choose to build. We don't necessarily know about the extent to which they have good processes and practices in place. And there's a long list of those questions. And I think that when we have this societal discussion about AI, which we've started this year, we have to continue it so that we can start to agree country by country on some consensus about what we want from this technology as we implement it.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, in your country, in the mid of the 80s, there were the Luddites who were really trying to disturb every kind of apparatus existing, especially in the textile industry.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the Industrial Revolution brought a lot of new works, new areas.
Yeah.
But now we are facing, I think this is a question which interests most of us. What's really the future of the work in your opinion? What's going to happen in 5 years?
Thank you for that easy question, Farouk Bhai.
Yes.
Let's go back to the Luddites for a second. So the Luddites were a group in England in the 19th century and late 18th century who fought against the introduction of automation and mechanization in the textile industry. And they're often presented as being anti-technology. But the heart of their disagreement was actually about how should the gains from the productivity be shared between the providers of capital and the workers, the skilled workers who are going to see the value of their skills decline. And the Luddites were proven to be correct, because between the 1820s and 1870 in England, GDP grew like this, and worker wages grew like this. And this was called Engels' pause. And because of that pause, by the way, Karl Marx was able to write his famous book, and Charles Dickens wrote his works of fiction. So I think it's important for us to work from the benefit of hindsight, the benefit of history, to look at what some of the issues might be. So when we look at generative AI today, let's run through what we know. We know that it is still a bit of an unreliable technology. It is highly concentrated, but it is what economists would call skill equalizing. So when you put white-collar office workers, and there have been studies now from Stanford University, from MIT, and from colleagues of mine at Harvard Business School, looking at white-collar workers from customer service reps answering support queries through to strategy consultants at one of the world's top strategy consulting firm. What they've discovered is that if you give people Gen AI, the worst performers start to perform nearly as well as the very best performers. So it's skill equalizing. Now, for an economy, that's great news, because what you're doing is you're effectively looking at the big chunk of your white-collar workers and saying, the bottom half are now as good as the top half. We've increased the skill level right across the economy. And if we think that cognitive skills drive growth and drive economic welfare, that's a great thing. The challenge, of course, is that you've also, through the skill equalization process, is you've reduced the premium that people who are high-skilled were able to charge. So in other words, as a boss, this person who earns 30% less than this person performs as well when you give them Gen AI. So who might you keep? Or what might you say to this person about what's going to happen to their salary? So you'd expect to see downward wage pressure. And that could be quite significant. That could be quite challenging, and it could be quite disempowering in a bad sense for employees. So I think that there's an interesting discussion here, which is that productivity can go up, that there is a discussion to be had with employees about how the ways of working need to change so that it's not merely seen as a cost-cutting endeavor by the part of the worker. And then that raises all of the questions about, what is the absorption capacity of any company or industry or the economy of all these new skills, and what is its ability to create higher value economic opportunities that allow for the driving up of ultimately of wages.
What do you think the most less affected industries by AI?
What will be less affected? Well, I think there are two ways of looking at this. One way is to say, where are there industries with lots of data that are highly intangible and lots of white-collar workers? So finance, consulting, professional services, these will be affected very quickly. But the other way of looking at it is to say, where are there industries where there has been a low level of IT penetration and they're still highly manual, because those could benefit very quickly from digitization. And I think obviously you and the group are leaders in that particular question. And I think that we, while we can see that white-collar work is an easy thing to say this is the priority, there's lots of that work that goes on even in companies that have had industries that have had low levels of digitization so far. And one of the things about these large language models and the vision models that we've seen this year is that compared to traditional big data or AI, they're actually quite relaxed about the quality of the data that they get. You don't have to clean your data as much to stick it into ChatGPT which is a free product, or to get one of these vision models to recognize what it's seeing. I mean, I remember computer vision systems from 10 years ago, and before deep learning, really, the amount of work you had to do to get them to recognize the item that you're pointing the camera at was extremely high. And you change the position of the item by 5 millimeters and it wouldn't work. Whereas these new systems actually are much more forgiving. So that makes me think that that some industries that have had lower levels of digitization might actually benefit quite a lot from the fact that these technologies are much more forgiving in terms of the data that they're looking at.
For me, the best comedy shows in the last couple of years is the American Parliament, when they start to ask questions to the guys who invented, let's say, some atom or the rest of the guy, with their very, those elderly ladies and gentlemen with their very, very, very limited knowledge, asking questions about the highest technology.
Yeah.
And I hope that will come to some kind to a turn, because for me is one of the most biggest flaw is right now that the inventors of those technologies are at the younger generations, which is the younger 50% generations. But the system which is ruling us is the older 50 generations.
Yeah.
And there's a huge gap between that. I hope that at one extent that this gap will close, which comes to a certain equilibrium between each other. But for the time being, it looks a bit of problematic.
It's definitely challenging when your average lawmaker gets older and older. And it's interesting that it's a big problem in two countries in particular, the US and in China. So in China, you have the same issue where the most senior political leaders are well over their 70s. They're not a young 70, they are definitely people who are thinking differently about the world, perhaps to the younger generations. And it's definitely an issue in the US. But I would say that, especially in the US, we may need to look below the rhetoric of these commissions, because there's still a bureaucracy that is making policy recommendations, and some of the worst laws that have been passed in the US have been passed with a great amount of democratic approval. Approval of the voters. So there's no justification. There's no assumption we can make there. I think we'd always want politicians to be more digitally savvy. I think there are politicians who are digitally savvy. There are certainly some in the UK. I spent some time in Estonia a few days this year with Kaja Kallas as the Prime Minister there. If you hear her talk about Estonia's digital government, you'd think she must have spent time as a digital product manager in a company, because she talks about, I'll say to her, well, why did you make that choice? And she goes, well, for the user experience. The citizen needs to have a good experience when they're engaging with government. So I think it's really possible to find those people, and sometimes it may just be generational. I met an impressive MP today from the Turkish Parliament earlier this morning with you, who, of course, has the attributes in the way he speaks of someone who understands these technologies and understands, how they work and how applications work. There are elections, ultimately, and we get to vote.
And there are right now 3 types of, let's say, GPT existing. One is the American build on market strategies. The other one is the Chinese version of building on socialistic fundamentals. And Europe, which is a bit more human rights and sustainability
I like that.
issues.
You're patting it.
Yeah, well, I mean, do you think that they will come to some kind of to terms with each other and create some serious transcendental values in the future, which would eventually create a new vision or ethics?
I think that there's a lot of agreement about what these foundational large language models and technologies should look like. There is actually quite a lot of agreement between China and the US, and when you look at what their researchers say are desirable attributes, there are some key points of difference as well. But let's start from the points of consensus, right, where there is common agreement. But I do believe that in any market, in any societal system, concentration of power is really unhelpful. Concentration of power is bad for innovation and science and research. It's also bad for individual social welfare. So I'm more encouraged by the idea that there is a competitive set of different models that are out there, some of which are proprietary, some of which are open source. I think it's really important that countries also establish their own foundation models that reflect their own linguistic and cultural heritage. And I'm sure that the large language models understand Turkish, but I bet they don't understand Turkish as well as they understand English. So I think that when we look forward, I'm not looking as far ahead as transcendence, but I'm saying that in general, the principle that concentrated power is a bad thing probably holds true in this market as well.
Okay.
Now I think we have to go to our Q&A.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, flash up there. Yeah.
Azim, if we have you here,
Yeah.
which is a big chance for us, I'm sure there are a lot of questions from the audience. So let's open up the questions to the floor.
I did get sent one, Farouk Bhai, from Ceres, your AI system. Can I give that a shot?
Go ahead.
So I think, as I understand it, Ceres is the internal AI for the group. Is that right? Yeah. So it asks, in the evolving landscape of artificial intelligence...
Mr. Azar, in the evolving landscape of artificial intelligence, where machines are becoming increasingly sophisticated and capable, do you believe there will come a point where AI could potentially replace certain human roles entirely?
Yeah, I got that question. As you know, I've been sent that question before because you can never trust large language models, can you? You never know what they're going to say to you. I mean, this is a really important question that a lot of people are thinking about. Do I need to look at her, or can I just look at the audience? I don't know. What do these tools do? These tools will start to augment or replace particular tasks that people do in their work, and so we start to see that a human's job is very complex. A lot of it isn't written down, and is made up of a bundle of tasks. Initially, these tasks will be augmented, complemented, or replaced by AI systems. And as they get replaced, historically, we've always constructed new tasks. We've always constructed ways of moving, as they call it, up the value chain. And that's why we get much more out of our doctors today than we used to 30 years ago, because there's an additional test they can run, there's an additional conversation they can have. So, you know, my view is that I'm sure there will be entire categories of jobs that will disappear over the coming decades, as has happened in previous technology transformations. But it's a process that takes time, and we have always historically constructed value-added things that we want in our interactions.
Okay. So go ahead. Your second question.
Absolutely, I agree. AI is like a sous chef in a kitchen, enhancing the head chef's creations but not running the entire restaurant. Human ingenuity is the secret sauce.
Yeah, I think the sous chef analogy is very, very good. You know, the sous chef can only make the sauce, or they can only make the pastry. They can't come up with a creative concept for the entire restaurant. Where I might disagree with Siri is that we're starting to see that large language models can come up with creative concepts. Are they really as creative as something that a real human creator comes up with? I'm not so sure. Earlier this year, I met the Turkish artist Refik Anadol, who works with generative AI. And I think you could play with DALL-E for 1,000,000 years, and you will never produce something as good as any one of the things that Refik has produced in his work.
Great, great. So did Madame Cerebrum stop her questions? Then I think we still have time for a couple of questions from the audience, I suppose.
I got one over there.
No? Yes. Hi, Azim. First of all, it's a big pleasure to have you in our home. Welcome again. Faruk Bey asked you about the less affected industry by Gen AI. My question is, if you had to pick one area where Gen AI could make the most significant positive change, what would be this industry, and how, if it's possible?
Okay, no, thank you. That's a great question. So what we can do, let's talk about what we can do with generative AI roughly now and maybe in the next year or two, on the basis that nobody actually knows, because we didn't know a year ago, and I don't think we're going to know in a year's time. You know, I think that finding in some countries, we've run into a real productivity slump. And I'm sorry, I don't know the situation in Turkey. But in the UK, for example, we've not been able to move our productivity growth rates at all for the last 10 or 15 years. And we're a heavily services-based economy. So I would be looking for points where we can tackle productivity growth. And the reason is that if you can tackle productivity growth, people feel better about themselves, right? They feel they have a path forward. They feel they have opportunities for themselves and for their children. And what that does is that creates space for a better type of politics. It creates space for trying to prioritize things maybe in the long term rather than in the short term. So the UK right now is incredibly short-termist because we have this productivity problem. And if you can unlock that, I think you create space for people to think about the things that matter in the long term, which might be climate change and sustainability, circularity, and those types of issues that will be important in 10 or 15 years' time.
So, just one last question, probably.
Hi. We see that AI is either transforming or replacing some jobs. My question is, do you think that there are some jobs that AI never should do?
Okay, so I think never is a really long time. So it's difficult to say. It's difficult to say never. But let's talk about what we have seen with AI and jobs in these very early days. So generative AI is really good at doing marketing copy, like for websites, and it's really good at generating the kind of images you might put on web pages. And we've seen that since ChatGPT launched, the average wages of freelancers in those two areas, so freelancers, not salaried employees, has been depressed a little bit. So we are seeing some of the things that you've described emerge. And so I would say that the application of AI will be on a task-by-task basis within the spectrum of someone's job. And each time we have seen AI entirely do a job, and it's been claimed that they can entirely do the job. You sometimes see this with medical AI systems where they say the AI diagnoses better than the doctor. Once the researchers have gone in to look at the data, they've found that that hasn't actually been the case. So do I think that there will be jobs that will largely disappear because of the technology change? Historically, that's always been the case. While blacksmiths still exist today, there are far fewer of them now than there were before the car came out. But I think the way to approach all of this is with some degree of, you have to move quickly, but you also have to be a bit reflective about whether things are working or not. Otherwise, you end up in these situations. I think it was the New Zealand newspaper that released an AI-based cookery advisor, which amongst other things recommended putting chlorine and ant poison into your recipes. And so we need to be a bit circumspect about balancing the realities of the technology with its possibilities. I mean, the possibilities are many.
Yeah. So, Azim, I'm watching you since, quite a long time. And I really recommend the audience to continue to watch him because it's really a very good update. But beware. I think a couple of years ago it was only one session a week. Now the frequency is increasing. It's almost every day. Even every day, couple of times.
3 times a week. 3 times a week for each.
Is it only 3 times a week? But with different.
Unless Sam Altman is fired, in which case there's a few extra, but that won't happen again.
I really encourage everybody to watch Azim's clips or Azim's letters because it gives you a really very good update. And it was a privilege and pleasure to have you with us. Thank you very much for coming.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Azim, and Faruk Eczacıbaşı, of course, for your visionary discussion. Birazdan çok kısa bir molamız olacak ama öncesinde müsaadenizle birkaç hatırlatma yapmak istiyorum sizlere. Bugün bol bol dijital diyoruz, gelişim diyoruz, dönüşüm diyoruz.
Development, transformation and technology. And now for digital, special for digital 2023, we have 2 great initiatives which we heard from Esra Hanım. The first one is the digital health ecosystem Evita, and the other one is Decoverse Discount, the new platform where you can find everything you are looking for about bathroom. We have 20% and you can benefit from these discounts with the codes currently displayed. And we have you physically among us, but we also have participants who are watching us on their screens. With the valuable cooperation of Webrazi, Dijitaliz 2023 can be watched live on Webrazi website. It's open to everyone's participation and you can share it with the people you think might be interested because this is now streamed live. And last but not least, wherever you are watching us today, we are waiting for your shares on Instagram with the hashtag Dijitaliz2023. And now we have a short 20-minute coffee break. See you again sharp after 20 minutes. Thank you.
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikolog.
Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyo için aradığınız ürünlerin kısa yolu. Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da. Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyolara ulaşmanın kısa yolu. Peki Decoverse.com'da neler var? Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da var. Ürün seçimi ve yerleşimi sürecinde Mimara Sor özelliğiyle mimar ve iç mimarlarla ücretsiz online görüşme imkanı da var. Satın aldığınız ürün için keşif ve kurulum hizmeti, kolay randevu oluşturma, sigortalı ve hasar garantili hizmet, müşteri yardım hattı gibi hizmetler de Decoverse.com'da var. Mimarların hazırladığı içerikler, farklı tarz ve boyutta banyolara özel tasarımlar, ilham veren banyolardaki ürünleri inceleme ve satın alma kolaylığı da Decoverse.com'da sizi bekliyor. Decoverse.com'a tıklayın, banyoları yenilemenin en kolay yoluyla tanışın.
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Okula gitmemek için numara yapan çocuk standart. Annesi Evital'le doktor seçerken mucizevi şekilde iyileşmesi yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Röntgen sonucuna bakıp komşulardan görüş almak standart.
Harika bir diz kabağı.
Bence ters tutuyorsun. Hayır canım bak düzgün.
Gelin size bir şey göstereceğim.
Evital'le farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanesi doktorlarından görüş almak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Evital'le nerede olursanız olun, farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanelerinin doktorlarıyla online görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali.
Decoverse.com. Hayalinizdeki banyo için aradığınız ürünlerin kısa yolu. Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da. Decoverse.com. Hayalinizdeki banyolara ulaşmanın kısa yolu. Peki Decoverse.com'da neler var? Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da var. Ürün seçimi ve yerleşimi sürecinde Mimara Sor özelliğiyle mimar ve iç mimarlarla ücretsiz online görüşme imkanı da var. Satın aldığınız ürün için keşif ve kurulum hizmeti, kolay randevu oluşturma, sigortalı ve hasar garantili hizmet, müşteri yardım hattı gibi hizmetler de Decoverse.com'da var. Mimarların hazırladığı içerikler, farklı tarz ve boyutta banyolara özel tasarımlar, ilham veren banyolardaki ürünleri inceleme ve satın alma kolaylığı da Decoverse.com'da sizi bekliyor. Decoverse.com'a tıklayın, banyoları yenilemenin en kolay yoluyla tanışın.
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya pazartesi haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Okula gitmemek için numara yapan çocuk standart. Annesi Evital'le doktor seçerken mucizevi şekilde iyileşmesi yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Röntgen sonucuna bakıp komşulardan görüş almak standart.
Harika bir diz kabağı.
Bence ters tutuyorsun. Hayır canım bak düzgün.
Gelin size bir şey göstereceğim.
Evital'le farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanesi doktorlarından görüş almak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Evital'le nerede olursanız olun, farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanelerinin doktorlarıyla online görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali.
Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyo için aradığınız ürünlerin kısa yolu. Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da. Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyolara ulaşmanın kısa yolu. Peki Decoverse.com'da neler var? Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da var. Ürün seçimi ve yerleşimi sürecinde Mimara Sor özelliğiyle mimar ve iç mimarlarla ücretsiz online görüşme imkanı da var. Satın aldığınız ürün için keşif ve kurulum hizmeti, kolay randevu oluşturma, sigortalı ve hasar garantili hizmet, müşteri yardım hattı gibi hizmetler de Decoverse.com'da var. Mimarların hazırladığı içerikler, farklı tarz ve boyutta banyolara özel tasarımlar, ilham veren banyolardaki ürünleri inceleme ve satın alma kolaylığı da Decoverse.com'da sizi bekliyor. Decoverse.com'a tıklayın, banyoları yenilemenin en kolay yoluyla tanışın.
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya pazartesi haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Okula gitmemek için numara yapan çocuk standart. Annesi Evital'le doktor seçerken mucizevi şekilde iyileşmesi yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Röntgen sonucuna bakıp komşulardan görüş almak standart.
Harika bir diz kapağı.
Bence ters tutuyorsun. Hayır canım bak düz ya.
Gelin size bir şey göstereceğim.
Evital'le farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanesi doktorlarından görüş almak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Evital'le nerede olursanız olun, farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanelerinin doktorlarıyla online görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali.
Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyo için aradığınız ürünlerin kısa yolu. Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da. Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyolara ulaşmanın kısa yolu. Peki Decoverse.com'da neler var? Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da var. Ürün seçimi ve yerleşimi sürecinde Mimara Sor özelliğiyle mimar ve iç mimarlarla ücretsiz online görüşme imkanı da var. Satın aldığınız ürün için keşif ve kurulum hizmeti, kolay randevu oluşturma, sigortalı ve hasar garantili hizmet, müşteri yardım hattı gibi hizmetler de Decoverse.com'da var. Mimarların hazırladığı içerikler, farklı tarz ve boyutta banyolara özel tasarımlar, ilham veren banyolardaki ürünleri inceleme ve satın alma kolaylığı da Decoverse.com'da sizi bekliyor. Decoverse.com'a tıklayın, banyoları yenilemenin en kolay yoluyla tanışın.
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya pazartesi haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Okula gitmemek için numara yapan çocuk standart. Annesi Evital'le doktor seçerken mucizevi şekilde iyileşmesi yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Röntgen sonucuna bakıp komşulardan görüş almak standart.
Harika bir diz kapağı.
Bence ters tutuyorsun. Hayır canım bak düz.
Gelin size bir şey göstereceğim.
Evital'le farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanesi doktorlarından görüş almak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Evital'le nerede olursanız olun, farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanelerinin doktorlarıyla online görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali.
Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyo için aradığınız ürünlerin kısa yolu. Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da. Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyolara ulaşmanın kısa yolu. Peki Decoverse.com'da neler var? Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da var. Ürün seçimi ve yerleşimi sürecinde Mimara Sor özelliğiyle mimar ve iç mimarlarla ücretsiz online görüşme imkanı da var. Satın aldığınız ürün için keşif ve kurulum hizmeti, kolay randevu oluşturma, sigortalı ve hasar garantili hizmet, müşteri yardım hattı gibi hizmetler de Decoverse.com'da var. Mimarların hazırladığı içerikler, farklı tarz ve boyutta banyolara özel tasarımlar, ilham veren banyolardaki ürünleri inceleme ve satın alma kolaylığı da Decoverse.com'da sizi bekliyor. Decoverse.com'a tıklayın, banyoları yenilemenin en kolay yoluyla tanışın.
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya pazartesi haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Okula gitmemek için numara yapan çocuk standart. Annesi Evital'le doktor seçerken mucizevi şekilde iyileşmesi yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital, sağlığın yeni hali. Röntgen sonucuna bakıp komşulardan görüş almak standart.
Harika bir diz kapağı.
Bence ters tutuyorsun. Hayır canım bak düz.
Gelin size bir şey göstereceğim.
Evital'le farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanesi doktorlarından görüş almak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Evital'le nerede olursanız olun, farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanelerinin doktorlarıyla online görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital, sağlığın yeni hali.
Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyo için aradığınız ürünlerin kısa yolu. Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da. Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyolara ulaşmanın kısa yolu. Peki Decoverse.com'da neler var? Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da var. Ürün seçimi ve yerleşimi sürecinde Mimara Sor özelliğiyle mimar ve iç mimarlarla ücretsiz online görüşme imkanı da var. Satın aldığınız ürün için keşif ve kurulum hizmeti, kolay randevu oluşturma, sigortalı ve hasar garantili hizmet, müşteri yardım hattı gibi hizmetler de Decoverse.com'da var. Mimarların hazırladığı içerikler, farklı tarz ve boyutta banyolara özel tasarımlar, ilham veren banyolardaki ürünleri inceleme ve satın alma kolaylığı da Decoverse.com'da sizi bekliyor. Decoverse.com'a tıklayın, banyoları yenilemenin en kolay yoluyla tanışın.
Tekrar merhaba. Dijitaliz 2000.
Hello, everyone. Our event is continuing without further ado. We will be moving on to our the second session. Now, today is December the 5th, the World Volunteers Day. And this year's theme is, what if everyone would be volunteers? So let's imagine that 8 billion people living on the face of the earth are volunteers at the same time. It's not possible, but today we are together at this Dijitaliz event. And today from Hatay and Adıyaman, students of schools in these two provinces have rolled out a project, a campaign, which is the project focusing on science, and you can just support this science mobilization campaign as Eczacıbaşı volunteers. You can scan the QR code on the screen and offer your donations in any amount you would like. So let's be a volunteer for today. So together with this call, let's move on to our next panel, Connecting for Success, Ecosystems in the Digital Age. So in the digital world, using ecosystem collaborations effectively becomes even more critical. And we have been talking about this from the very beginning. We are not talking about corporations only, but acting as a leader in all these digital transformations. So let's give a big hand for Murat Özyeğin, an important name in this field. He will be talking to us about the entrepreneurial ecosystem and the story of venture capital and the digital transformation of FIBA. FIBA Group Chief Executive Officer Murat Özyeğin, and from Eczacıbaşı, Esra Eczacıbaşı Coşkun is once again kindly invited to the floor. Dear Murat, welcome. It's very important for us that you are here with us together. Thank you. I'm very pleased to hear that, and I am very happy for being here. I know about your busy schedule, and it's difficult to catch you, so this is really important for us to have you on this stage. So you are really offering great contributions to the entrepreneurial ecosystem. I'm going to talk about your digital transformation as well, but let's first start with your story. You are one of the most important entrepreneurs in Turkey. What kind of an experience was working with Hüsnü Bey, because you now have the position? Well, Esra, thank you very much. Well, first of all, the Eczacıbaşı Group is a group I'm following with great curiosity and with great admiration all the time. So it's very honoring to be here with you as the stakeholders of the Eczacıbaşı Group. And I would like to thank you once again for your kind invitation. So mine was a rather personal journey, which I enjoyed greatly, and I find myself very lucky for that, because sometimes chance plays an important role in our lives. But from another perspective, if I would define myself as someone who has worked a lot and who has put great effort in his career, that wouldn't be wrong. So I was born into a very entrepreneurial family. My father used to work 6 days of the week, would go to his work at 9 a.m. and come back at 5. And then sometimes he took me with him, and he was working for Yapı Kredi Bank and Pamuk Bank, Şeker Bank in a professional manner. And then he started working in the cashier. I worked with him in the operation. So he was very much into the business, and I was with him along my father. Of course, I was both in and out at the same time. During the summer internship programs, I wouldn't go up to my father's floor at all. We would leave the house separately. He would just get on his private car, and I would use the shuttle to go to the office. But years later, when I was expected to build my own career, of course, just after my university graduation, I applied to 3 banks, and I was accepted by 3 of them. And I've opted for an investment bank with which our group of companies have not been doing business, because I wanted them to see me as a separate person, not as someone coming from the FIBA family. I would like to prove myself as I am. So I've really accumulated great experiences during that time. Sometimes people ask me to get off the car and I couldn't go to the meeting, but at one point I received a great amount of bonus that I had not imagined before that I would be taking. So that was really very valuable, and then I came back to Istanbul. I've spent 2 years at HBS, and the past dynamics have been reversed then. And my father said, I would like to work with you, and he converted the meeting room next to his office into another office where I used it. And then we had this exit from the finance bank, and then we have started working in other industries as well, because finance played an important role. So there was a new formation of the group, and I've contributed a lot to this new transformation process for the group. And I've taken active parts in mergers and acquisitions as well, and played again a proactive role in this transformation. So when it was 2019, my father said that I would like to transfer my position to you. And I asked him, is there any problem? Because I was concerned for his health. And he said, absolutely not. I just would like to have this transfer when I'm still healthy and happy. And I would like to see you and your sister's achievement. And if I can contribute to you in any way, I would like to be able to do it during this phase of my life before I'm a feeble old man. So that was really a transformative experience for me. It paved the way for us. And when I was working for my father, there were a number of opportunities, and he just watched me doing some mistakes. But then this change, this transfer of duties was done in a very sincere manner. It was coming from his heart, and he was very sensitive in the following years. Because my sister and I were expected to act as leaders. So I'm a bit long in this story, but this is our story with Hüsnü Bey. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and we're in the board. And so this is our governance model, and together with my sister, we are trying to try to bring things further and improve. So it's very important that your father has allowed you to do mistakes. I'm going to come to that. Let me share a very quick anecdote. When I turned back to Istanbul, just after Harvard University, I visited one person. And he asked me, what kind of an experience is it to work with your father? And he was Bülent Bey. I visited him in person. And when we were talking to him, he might not remember, because that moment was more special for me. And I've just had a talk with him. And I would like to thank him as a mentor. Could you please talk to us about your dreams and targets? I'm not going to talk about industries one by one. Let me focus on a number of themes. So as a group, sustainability is our main focus point. We are trying to process around sustainability in all ways, because it's important for us that the group will be alive and vibrant in the future as well. So the distribution within the group and the balance and the proper governance model, which is rotating around the concept of sustainability again, and the perspectives to social issues. So all these subjects need to be worked on together with our stakeholders. So inclusivity is important. In any industry that we are active, we are trying to employ this set of strategies and values. Of course, when you ask me about a target, for me, it's not immediately about generating high amounts of profit margins, but more importantly, we should be able to update ourselves and keep ourselves alive. During a summit I had recently attended, which was a summit of failure, they asked me, what things make you feel fail? If my colleagues and our team members come to work without any willingness and if they are happy, that would make me feel weak and failed. So in all these areas, you need to be aware of these values, and you should have respect from your stakeholders, because we are working in the banking industry. Of course, reputation and trust are even more important values than in any other sector, whereas, of course, every sector deems these as important traits. We would like to be the leader in digital banking, and actually we are the leader of digital banking in Turkey, but then these are the common points. So at this very point, let me touch upon a bit on digital transformation as well. You have many operations in different industries: banking, energy, tourism, and the real estate industry. And I'm sure that you are feeling the emergence and dissemination of digital technologies to your bones. How do you feel then, and what do you think about the impact of these technologies on your work? When it comes to digital transformation, I am sitting in a hall filled with people who are focusing on digital transformation only during their daily work. But then, of course, it's a very important issue. We are all very much aware of it. The remaining issue that is left is how we embrace this new notion. So for me, this is like a way of looking at the world. It's a kind of perspective, both with the actions and reactions, the empowerment you have, and building a culture that allows for mistakes. So the culture of the organization, the corporate values can only be built through these steps. We have had two important transformation projects. One was just after I was back from the US, when the Banking Supervision and Regulation Agency, we were the first to apply to the institution, to the BRSA, and we have told them that we would like to establish a department for digital transformation, and banks were required to support their statement, and you needed to get a permission to set up a new department. Perhaps that is still the case. And then this department has taken over the whole bank. It was just after the selling of the FIBA bank. So it was at the very heart of the digital transformation and the general transformation process that we were going through. And then we have worked on, again, for the first time in Turkey, a venture capital platform, and we have applied to BRSA again, to the Banking Regulation and Supervision Agency, because there were factories which were in need of supporting, and there were many ventures and data sharing, internally speaking. So in many areas, we need to build this value-adding culture. We have collaborated extensively with Özyeğin University and with other universities as well, because we believed in the fact that real improvement for the future would be coming from these startup companies and entrepreneurial spirit. When it comes to this corporate venture capital, we have put it in a central position. So the Finberg, the structure of corporate venture capital, we have rolled out like 40 or 41 projects. We are improving our operational processes and we are building channels, but we are not the majority in any of them. We are just the minority shareholders, and we do not deal with their internal affairs. We do not try to change those companies. I've called the general managers of the banks for a few times. And isn't this a competitive edge for you? And why are you calling us? Because these ventures, these companies have a central position in what we are doing. So the greatest transformation process we have on hand at the moment is closely related to these values we have. So during the last 7 years, it was 1,600 people, and it's still the same. But now it has 7 million customers, whereas it was 700,000 7 years ago. But then the digital department has increased in number in terms of employees. It was like from 250 to 700, because that means more people are working for digital transformation within the organization. I can't say that it's Turkey's the 5th largest digital bank, because it's not amongst the first 5 either. But for me, it's the most digital bank in Turkey. So this is cultural transformation, not shying away from doing mistakes and building programs accordingly, and trying to be the champion of this digital transformation and being sincere. These are the most important issues, so that you can follow up your targets and not deviate from the roadmap you have drawn for yourself. That has been rather long, sorry. No, not at all. I mean, in big organizations, when it comes to preserving the spirit of venture capitalism and startups and entrepreneurial spirit, the examples you have furnished us with are very important. So again, I mean, in the retail industry as well, in the industry, InsurTech, again, similar to the Finberg model, we are trying to do it with corporate venture capital. So we have used this as a lab, and then we have replicated the success we had there in other organizations. So this transformation is also very much about investing in the future to give shape to our future and transform it, and being part of that transformation. And that brings us to the issue of ecosystem. In your busy schedule, I am sure you allocate a certain amount of time to new entrepreneurs. Yeah, in YGA and in other examples, you have been part of some very important projects. So therefore, let's talk about the ecosystem of entrepreneurs in Turkey. What were the recent developments in Turkey, and what can we do further? When I think this is the area where I get most of my energy, and I really like, I mean, it's the civil society, actually. TÜSİAD Endeavor are not the alone. Özyeğin University, for example, we are supporting this it as an academic platform. The social responsibility projects and other development programs give me exceeding excitement and pleasure. And sometimes you ask yourself, why are we working? Why do we have this busy lives? So I found an answer for myself, and the answer lies in doing something for the civil society, and I take great pleasure in that. The entrepreneurial ecosystem has developed greatly, and it's still going on. So we established Endeavor as 6 people in a meeting room. And when Endeavor was first established, we asked ourselves questions like, what are we going to do? Mentorship, where will we find the entrepreneurs? So many questions were unfolded in a similar way, and we have really reached out to some unbelievable entrepreneurs. There is one thing I believe in, one thing I know for sure. There is nothing as valuable as being able to reach out to and touch an entrepreneur. Once you contact an entrepreneur and touch her or him and build a real relationship with him, then you're really lucky. And if you support someone who has sold his previous company, they just look for angel investors, or they act as angel investors themselves, and they just don't want to take their money out of the bank, but they are willing to establish a new company and do a new startup. So all the entrepreneurs from that perspective, they really add an unbelievable level of dynamism to the whole world.
They have brought an unbelievable FDI, unicorns, and they were supposed to be here. Hande Gündüz, she was here. So I don't want to lose or miss great entrepreneurs, but we have a unicorn female entrepreneur with Endeavor. We work together for long years, and she's a great person. She's a great business person. All these entrepreneurs, to what extent we could support them in terms of mentorship or ecosystem, or in terms of corporate venture capital, or through funding means. So the more we can touch them, the better. In an exponential fashion, we see the repercussions. So we have we had the in-house entrepreneurship, and we also had discussed this at Endeavor as well. And there's a great dynamism. I think they're on the right path, and it was 80% of the employment which was created by the startups. Well, of course, this is even Facebook or the other names are actually becoming rather conventional. So when we think of the young population and the unemployment and the need for employment, there is an increased need to support this multiplier effect. I'm checking my notes as well. And also on a side note, at Özyeğin University, with our hub of entrepreneurship and the ecosystem, the first bachelor's degree on entrepreneurship has been created, and we will try to contribute to the ecosystem. And in the previous discussions on LinkedIn, this is I cheated from Erhan, Professor Erhan. So that's a great thing as well. So I cheated from Erhan, Professor Erhan. I think that's the same. I have not refreshed it, but on LinkedIn, the top 10 search job definitions, and 5 years ago they were not existent, they were not described, they were not here. So there was no such description, and this is where we ended up today. Well, of course, such events and such entrepreneurship activities very much contributed. Well, Murat, I started with a rather personal question, and this is how I would like to end before we get to questions. Things you wished you had known earlier. Well, which is one is rather recent, and the other one is rather all throughout my career. So within the community, we have done a great leadership work. And one of the most important components of this leadership is that people you work with, and without ever disclosing the names, and with a very different technique. So, because there is a lot of sensitivity towards the privacy as well. So, there's a process where people talk about their experience of working with you. Unfortunately, we just had it on my level in the group rather recently. I wish I had it more and much more frequently, because I learned so many things from my distinguished colleagues. And thanks to this reflection, I could be a better leader in the future. And I believe I'm rather delayed in terms of doing that. And I wish I had known that much earlier. And the Failure Summit last Saturday, there was a great exercise. I think, we talked and it was perfect, and everyone shared their experience about different topics. This was a reflection of a conversation I had with my dad. One day, we went to the executive board abroad. You have lots more deepening when you go abroad. This was a tete-a-tete. It was sort of a lunch. And this is what we decided. Let's, after a major success is, by the way, a trauma in itself. It's a process. And in the aftermath of big victories or success, you have sort of insight. You need to take smaller risks and fewer risks. And I do believe that in the aftermath of such processes, your courage and your ego is unnecessarily inflated, and you should not take major decisions right after that. Consensus before anything else. More than ever, because both my father and I have taken the worst investment decisions right after two very successful exits separately. So I think in such cases, in the aftermath of great and major achievements, so let alone being the know-it-all person or having that condescending look, you should know that, well, I'm in a very vulnerable position where I can take so many wrong decisions. So modest, I do apologize, sometimes I do code switching. You should be very modest and consulting everyone. I think that's very important. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think we have only for one question. We have time only for one question. And now I'm checking it. I think... Hi, I would like to thank you very much. Your father... I read a story about your father when he was establishing the bank. He was working and they demanded 1% share. That's where it started. In your current business structure, do you offer some incentives to your employees? Thank you so much. Well, yes. Well, my father asked his former employee. He had a turnaround at Yapı Kredi, and then he turned and asked his boss if he would consider giving him 1%. And the boss replied that, well, I have two other banks, and if I do this for you, I have to do it for the other people. And then he said, well, okay, I'm going to found my own bank, and then you have to give me 50% shares there. And he said, Mehmet, you have not given me 1%. Why shall I give you 2%? Well, it is actually, I'm kidding. And this is how he decided to found or establish Finansbank, particularly our executives, if it's our executives who have been involved from day one, particularly from the founding, as if they're shareholders, we have a number of phantom shares, which we do in our group. In our community. And as I have just explained before, particularly the leaders or their team members who have significantly contributed, but not in the conventional sectors, but in the new domains, we have we have offered them 5% of the shares. Well, thank you so much, but I don't think we have time for another question. Do we have time? Okay, so we have to wrap it up. Okay, we will have the question. Well, I read the warning there. Thank you so much, Murat. It was really very, very valuable that you shared your personal story with us. You have talked about your aspirations, your targets, and you have talked about the digital ecosystem contributions, which are very valuable. And we would like to wish you great years where you will continue. Esra and Murat, I would like to thank you very much. Now we have the next panel, CEO Perspectives. Now we are going to have three great names, irrespective, regardless of the industry. They are utilizing digital as a tool. And also, how very well established institutions position AI. Now I would like to give it up for you. Borusan Holding CEO Erkan Kafadar, Doğan Holding CEO Çağlar Gülş, Eczacıbaşı Grup CEO Atalay Gümrah. everyone once again. Well, I have two great speakers, two great friends. So they are the CEOs of very leading groups in Turkey. Well, on my left-hand side, we have Çağlar Doğan Holding and Erkan Kafadar, CEO of Borusan Holding. We would like to welcome you and thank you so much for supporting us in this great event. And now, with your experience, we are going to talk about the digital transformation. What institutions such as yours are doing? And dear Murat gave us the perspective regarding Finansbank about that multiple structure. This is where we're going to take it now. So now, the institutions that we work with are actually very much deeply rooted. We're not digitally born or digital native companies. Well, you have companies in your structure as such, but Doğan has a past of 64 and you are turning 80, and Eczacıbaşı is 81 years. So they're all focusing on industry and distribution channels. And we have a new transformation where the new economy is brought forward by the digitalization. So how these institutions are positioning themselves differently and getting the competitive edge, creating the culture. So Erkan, I would like to now pose the first question to you. In your own Borusan experience, how do you harness digitalization? How do you make it work? Can you please talk about that? And then we're going to give it to you, Çağdaş, and then I'm going to talk about my Eczacıbaşı experience. Thank you very much. I guess you can hear me, and I would like to thank you very much for this great opportunity, Eczacıbaşı Group, and thank you for inviting me. It is indeed something to remember for me as well. So we are talking about a structure of 80 years. And this reminded me of something. Shall I talk about that? Of course. And then I would like to respond to your question. 8 or 7 years ago, at Sabancı Center, I participated in a meeting, and it was about innovation and the innovation of products. And I had a speech of 20 minutes, but I had one single slide, and it said on the slide, we're talking about the products. So, well, there is a car in 1910s, but there's a contemporary car. This is the second picture. And the third one is a futuristic car, automobile of the future. And in the second part, the first phone by Graham Bell, and then the phone which was used a decade ago, and the futuristic phone of the future. So, or the telecommunication device. And the third part, we had a product, a pipe in the past, a pipe today, and a future pipe in the future. They're all the same. So you have to innovate with the product. This is what you have to do. Well, I just wanted to give you something to laugh about. But of course, it wasn't the gist of the topic, the speech that, we can't innovate. But even with this product, there is so much to innovate. That's what I wanted to show off that. And people were amused by that. Well, I'm not sure whether you paid attention, but Bill Gates started a project called Reinventing the Toilet, because since day one, there is no essential change in the function. And they worked as a consortium of 16 universities, but they could not innovate at the same level. So the incumbent industry was there. So I could not say it, but still, they're the same. But how you present this, what you do with that, there are so many features to take into consideration. So after this introduction, so this is the question. So what kind of a journey do you have at Borusan Holding? So first of all, let me tell you that in such a holding structure, company structure, so as well as the main vision, we don't have so many commonalities. In 2016-17, this is the work that we did. We looked at our work, our business, and the needs in our business. And they are mainly divided into three. The first one is production. So when you say production, steel and iron production, and in that analogy, like, we have pipes or different products. And over here, Well, of course, this is the topic. By harnessing the digital, how you are refreshing yourself, how you have the competitive edge, so on and so forth. However, when you come over to the production part, particularly with less value-added products, so you have a lot of SKUs or turnover, but your contribution share is rather low. Internal profitability is very important. But of course, there is so much to do on the customer side, but we focused on the productivity and creating those twins. And maybe at least a decade ago, when we are talking about the artificial intelligence, so such modeling, and how to increase and improve the productivity, internal productivity. That was the first topic that we focused on. The second thing, the work we do for the customers. We have distribution, we have equipment, we have the luxury segment, automobiles, and it's vice versa, keeping the productivity inside and how to improve and develop the services you could offer to the clients. Well, of course, increasing the customer satisfaction, increasing your market share, and maintaining that. That was the second point for the customers. So what we could do on the business facing the customer. And the third one is we have the business which is growing at all times, which is the logistics. So end-to-end, so that end-to-end improvement or digitalization. So this is where we could capture this most. In our case, in the logistics, we could do that. Starting with hundreds and thousands of warehouses, being able to reach out to so many customers, and where we can improve this process and where we could contribute to both the clients and our own company. So we might call this as one group, and this is divided into three. And so I think we have to mention a number of things over here. I'm also checking my time here as well. What is important for us at this point? So first of all, we have to be able to put this onto the table. So in the upcoming times, well, of course, it is there. The world is there. So we don't have any industry or any company or any individual who does not want to be digital, right? You can't find them. However, for that, we need to be able to do a number of things. And for that, Murat just was asked that question, things he wished he had known earlier. And I think the prep up of the culture for this, that is the most important thing. And I think this is what culture is all about, that common patterns of behaving and things which we believe could be important, and making an effort for that. Why do I say that? Because we are doing one thing, one way or another, and we are very successful, and we assume that we have done it very well. But we have to accept the fact that we have to change it. I know it's difficult, but this is what we have to do. So if we had gone back to 2017, that cultural transformation and that reaching that joint or common consensus, this is what we have probably put more effort into. Well, resource, the most important is human capital, and the culture and the capabilities. You have to offer some financial reserves for that, and you have to do whatever it takes, and the choice of technology. So did we never make mistakes in this? Of course we had made, but it's only natural. So you can't continue this journey or embark on the journey in the first place when you are afraid of making a mistake. And you are definitely going to make mistakes, but you're going to get beyond that. So making mistakes is equal to quitting because you are afraid to make mistakes. Therefore, we can make mistakes any day, and we have to accept that. And I know that was a very lengthy answer, but that was the introduction. Actually, we have very similar experiences. But Çağdaş, I would like to hear your Doğan experience. Çağlar, I do apologize. So I was with Çağlar from the Turkish Informatics Society Foundation. Well, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation. After when Murat Bey said that he had made a huge mistake after the successful exit, and I do agree with him. So I used to be an entrepreneur, and then I switched to the corporate world. For 15 years, we had this enterprise, and we exited with the partners. And the first investment after successful exit probably is the biggest mistake. And I was young. I had a huge ego. You know that you have that boost and explosion of self-confidence, and it was a near miss, actually. Therefore, I do agree with him, and we pay special attention to that at Doğan Holding. Every investment per se shall be probed very carefully, and they have to be addressed separately. Doğan has been known for media for such a long time. For the last 1 or 2 years, there has been a huge change in terms of the portfolio. So when you look at Doğan Group composition, it is energy, technology, industry, automotive, and some different. There's also an investment bank. So we have financial services, we have insurance. So the portfolio has been changed rather significantly. We had 14 transactions in the 4.5 years. Well, of course, of different sizes. We have very small ones as well, but it is rather different. And on the specifics of Doğan, so that was the path that we had. The best way to construct a culture is to be partners with those who co-create that culture. Therefore, we love that journey. It's not only the mergers or the investments. So from greenfield, from the scratch, we construct, we build some business with the right partners. And with Happy Sigorta 2.5 years ago in Motorhall, we have 4.5% market share. It's 100% digital. There are agencies, but they are also digital because one person is managing 6,000 and 100 agencies. So we love such businesses, such works, because with that entrepreneurship mode that is constructed, and it is rather difficult to what is currently available and make it change. And the second thing is, of course, some companies need to be transformed, and over there, particularly the incentive mechanisms. And the first model is an incentive on its own, because when they're partners, they are serving the same financial and cultural objective.
And we think that the incentive mechanism is very important. So when it comes to professionals, we are trying to create value and not referring to that day's performance. So if they are able to produce long-term value, which are expected to be related to company values, they can get serious amounts of share out of that. And then you give a fuel to that company in a way. So the whole team is like triggering and moving forward. And we are very happy and satisfied with that. You are familiar with that. I mean, 20% of my time perhaps is allocated for finding the right incentive and creating the right incentive. And lastly, we believe that this is critical in the holdings. You need to have someone with an entrepreneurial spirit. And people are more loyal to their work. Of course, these incentive systems are expected to take responsibility, and we are trying to get a share out of that as well. So Seyfettin Bey, our CFO, gets hold of them. I'm familiar with these sorts of things since I come from the media industry. So as a wrap-up, the incentive system is very important. We have seen that, and we find them very useful. Even if there are different ways of structures and so on, I would like to refer to a number of issues as well. Well, we got our digital roadmap in 2018, and we have dreamed about the future. And we focused on a potential merging of the experiences of our stakeholders. So the digital transformation project has revolved around these values. And within the holding, as you know, allocating the capital to the right thing plays an important role, and it's very critical for many positions. This was the area where we were enjoying the highest level of chance to create value. It's not only from a financial perspective. If you look at the project pool we have on hand, when we are allocating and spending our resources, we pay special attention to the potential added value there. So we have witnessed different projects. In the bath side, customer experience is a rather challenging area. But in the consumer products area, we have focused on our value chain. And we have asked ourselves like how we can transform it from end to end. Therefore, we focused on those kinds of projects there. When it comes to applications within the company, we've tried to understand how our employers were using those applications and what benefits they were getting out of them. And they've told us that they were now more proficient when it comes to following their activities and efficiency levels and how they realize their targets. There have been a number of bottlenecks and challenges along the way, of course, and we are just talking about this potential of sharing experiences as well, because we learn from one another. And the project contribution was like around 5%. So what kind of difficulties we had there, and any remorses? Well, as far as culture is concerned, this stands out as one of the most important issues. So there were 35 projects in the beginning, but then, I mean, the level of urgency was not the same in all of them. In our working models, we were in need of seeing an error as soon as possible and just amend it in due time. So in the second, once the second year was over, we have all observed that we have had improvements. So it's important to be able to prioritize your activities and your targets. This is how we are trying to manage our digital transformation process. So I would like to ask you about the success side of things as well. What were the things that excited you? Any remorses? I mean, during the last 6 to 7 years, we have been working on this transformation, change, whatever you call it. We have it in organizations all the time. Now it's more about the digital transformation. And when it's really part of your life, you're really very successful. It might be part of your lives, but I find it very important. So let me talk about it a moment. And we are selling work machines and offer services. Let's say you are working in a mine and a strange sound comes in. Normally you call the service and take the spare part. This is a very tiresome work. The mining industry has to work like 7 days and 24 hours. We have an application here. The operator at a certain altitude, and they are using this radio, and our service staff receives that and make a guess about the potential error there. And our success rate in this calculation is 96%. This is something very valuable for our customers. I mean, I'm referring to the mining industry. That is very valuable. It's something good for us as well, because the service personnel is able to do that work in half a day's time only, which would normally take perhaps 2 days. We have applications, e-trade applications on hand, and we use them very frequently. But how can we digitalize in such a construction or work machine? Digitalization continues in many different industries as well. What things would we like to have done differently in the last 6 years? Let me answer you in this way. One is, referring to human nature. I'm including myself in as well. When a subject comes in onto the stage, it's like, we can do it. I mean, you have a production team, and when you ask your team, they are very eager to say, okay, we can do it. So it's the same for the project department as well. And they just share this idea with their internal stakeholders, and they have really spoke out and said and encouraged one another and ourselves as well, like, we can do it. So we have tried to change many things at the same time, and gradually, this has taken a very long time, and it was rather costly. Within the ecosystem, there are many minds and people working on these areas and trying to do the same things. We have great experience in many areas, but with new technologies, these ideas will be put into implementation and realization in a much quicker manner. We got them and made them part of our lives. Referring back to our 6-year achievement, but then we have a lot more to do. There is still further room for improvement. And the second point I would like to make, I have referred to these 32 projects. I think it was 2012, and we were having a strategy meeting, and one of our colleagues said we have 98 projects and we are going to finish them in a few years' time. Of course, you can have 98 projects, but the resources of a company, and in order to be able to do that kind of prioritization, it's something we won't be able to do alone. You need to align those with the priorities and needs of the company so that you will have a filtering mechanism. I am speaking about these so that I will be relating it back to myself. For a time, we have prioritized the concept of digital too much. Let's turn digital, let's go paperless, and so on. And naturally, this time you find yourself in a position where you are trying to do many things at the same time and trying to come up with a great number of outputs. And again, this is exponential within itself as well. And that culture is being influenced by that as well. So failing early is an important concept, and it has a learning and teaching in it. When it comes to corporations and organizations that shy away from errors. Well, it is only possible thanks to their long heritage of 60 or 70 years. In the mining area, both referring to your employees, I mean, you need to be able to follow them. And you need to monitor the equipments. There are very good tools there. And your equipments are not cheap. We are talking about millions of dollars in terms of cost. So, together with the tools you have mentioned, you need to utilize them. And the industrial companies are able to create great potential out of there. So what do you have? What's on your side? Any remorses? Well, there are many things like that. But one thing that should be mentioned is I don't use the term digital transformation because these are very cool concepts. But when you keep talking about them, and there are dozens of projects. So the number of projects. So what will the output be? It doesn't have to be something tangible. There are intangible outputs as well. So digital transformation is rather obscure for me. And the issue of venture capital, that is another issue. So we are talking about startups and investing in, because you need to invest in a specific area. But when you build a fund and just start revolving the startups around that general fund, that might have some problems. So you need to get specialized in your investment area, because then you will know the real needs and then be able to invest accordingly. I think there are differences between ways of looking at this new changing world. So what have we done wrongly and what have we done rightly? Any remorses about the past? So during the last period, I am happy that we are part of the insurance industry. If the permanent players tell you that you should not be entering the insurance industry, that means you should enter. That is rather suspicious, isn't it? They tell you, well, the industry is dying and there's no room for a new player, but you really have to understand the underlying message there. So we work with that kind of model, and we are very happy for being able to integrate that model into the group. It's an inspiration for other professionals as well. And you can turn this into a tangible performance, an output. We have many failures, of course, especially depending on projects which do not define the real needs of the users. We have rolled out such projects and invested in them. Sometimes I question this very much. Data collection in factories is very important. I mean, you should be doing that. But what do you do with that body of data? I mean, you can collect data per white collar or per employee. So is it the case that just because you have collected data from your facility, has the productivity therein increased? So you need to think about the outcomes of such measurements. So frankly speaking, I'm a bit cautious about such projects. And of course, the dynamics within the industry you are actively working in are very important. The marketplace and the leader player has a market share of 80% there. And talking about a leading player, with a market share of 80%, even if you would be reinventing the wheel and do some extraordinary things and put great achievements on the stage, you are in a very difficult position. So therefore you need to follow the industry very diligently. Sometimes you are eager to enter into a new industry and you feel your excitement and you feel great about it, but then once faced with the real dynamics there, you might just feel sorry that you did. I am a bit cautious because there is this red light on. I'm trying not to be too long. So we have had this recent investment. I mean, it's known as Turkey's oldest power plant and brand. So for many years, they are trying to produce software internally. So we quitted that completely, and we partnered with a company with some previous experience in this area. And in 2022, we have $2.2 million of repeating income. As Erkan Bey said, you need to cut it off. It was like 5 years, everyone was working on it. So those kinds of decisions should be given clearly with a clear mind so that we will be paving the way out. In this fast-paced world, time is an issue. So if something is running smoothly, that's okay. If not, you need to remember the right time to quit. So since I have you on stage, what are your anticipations for 2024, the new year ahead, in terms of digitalization and these new technologies? We keep discussing around AI and generative AI. So I'm not going to talk about economics, but then we are in a rather challenging environment as well. We should not be that pessimistic because we said 2023 will be a very good year. Of course, there were challenges. Now a new year will begin, a new era will come in with some other difficulties. Of course, I'm talking from the perspective of the world of business. Thinking about the 2024 agenda from 2022 to 2023, nothing much changes for us. They will be continuing as part of life, and we should be trying to think how we can turn these into a business model. Another critical point, and something which we will be attaching greater importance, is the consumer side of things. Compared with a bank, we have less direct communication with clients, but then cybersecurity should be part of our lives. Not as highly as a bank, but we need to allocate more resources to the issue of cybersecurity. AI and all other similar developments will be more and more part of our lives, and we will have new positions and new jobs, which have already started actually, but in 2024 we will be scaling them up and making them part of our lives, and they will affect our business model. And another tool is sales and services. Of course, here, all around the world, and during the last 5 years in Turkey, we have a great number of players. The automotive industry is the second largest industry in Turkey. And every year, the second-hand automotive industry is 2 times higher than the first-hand one. So you can compare units in millions. There is also this inter-trade between first-hand cars and second-hand ones. And we will be focusing more in this area. During the last 7 to 8 years, all around the world, many business models have been invented and coined, and many others have been transformed. Some are focusing more on technology, but when it comes to the client side and the automotive side, there are some gaps which need to be closed, and we will be making ourselves part of that anticipated change by bringing ourselves in. And again, in the new automotive industry, there is a huge spare part market. We are going through a number of trials on digital platforms in the spare part industry. And thirdly, again, something new for us, the number has reached up to 140. This is the recharging stations for electrical cars. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, there are companies who have applied for licenses, and they are 142 in number. Of course, the number will change. It will not stay there. So in a very short time, we would like to install recharging stations on 7,000 points, and of course in locations. So you need to consider the maintenance of these recharging stations as well. So digital solutions is a big area, and from our perspective, this is again something very new. The venture capital fund has been established in 2023. Perhaps we were rather belated there, but one thing I'm going to say about that is that, as I have just mentioned, we have attracted a good level of interest. It is as important as doing something there. There should be an interest. We have a field of play, and there are different ideas about the game in question. In order for these ideas to come to us is also critical. We need to be able to prepare that playing ground for them, because we have observed that this is something very important for these entrepreneurs. We are valuable for them from that respect, and these are critical stakeholders who will be creating added value for all of us by utilizing what we offer them. So as of 2024, car spare parts, corporate venture capital, and recharging stations for electrical cars will be important operational areas for us. I think Borusan is working very diligently. Well, thank you. So, Çağlar, what are your expectations for 2024? Well, we would like to do business with a greater number of partners, actually. Digital financial services will be there for sure. There is an opportunity as well, and we have a strong basis. That is important. As I have expressed, we have been part of this initiative in the healthcare industry as well, but marketplace is rather difficult. But then we are planning growth in the areas that we operate in the automotive and motorcycle industries. We have projects for electrical production, and if those projects will be rolled out and realized, that means we will be able to leave a very important heritage to the group after us. Well, thank you very much. We have a lot to speak about, only if we had more time, but our time is up. And thank you for this nice talk. I hope all the projects will be realized in great success. Thank you.
Bizler de çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Well, thank you very much. And we will have another short break, but let me remind you one thing. Please keep this break short and be back in the room like after 10 minutes.
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya pazartesi haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali.
Decoverse.com. Hayalinizdeki banyolara ulaşmanın kısa yolu. Peki Decoverse.com'da neler var? Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi,
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya pazartesi haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Okula gitmemek için numara yapan çocuk standart. Annesi Evital'le doktor seçerken mucizevi şekilde iyileşmesi yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Röntgen sonucuna bakıp komşulardan görüş almak standart.
Harika bir diz kapağı.
Bence ters tutuyorsun. Hayır canım bak düzgün.
Gelin size bir şey göstereceğim.
Evital'le farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanesi doktorlarından görüş almak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Evital'le nerede olursanız olun, farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanelerinin doktorlarıyla online görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali.
Decoverse.com. Hayalinizdeki banyo için aradığınız ürünlerin kısa yolu. Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da. Decoverse.com. Hayalinizdeki banyolara ulaşmanın kısa yolu. Peki Decoverse.com'da neler var? Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da var. Ürün seçimi ve yerleşimi sürecinde Mimara Sor özelliğiyle mimar ve iç mimarlarla ücretsiz online görüşme imkanı da var. Satın aldığınız ürün için keşif ve kurulum hizmeti, kolay randevu oluşturma, sigortalı ve hasar garantili hizmet, müşteri yardım hattı gibi hizmetler de Decoverse.com'da var. Mimarların hazırladığı içerikler, farklı tarz ve boyutta banyolara özel tasarımlar, ilham veren banyolardaki ürünleri inceleme ve satın alma kolaylığı da Decoverse.com'da sizi bekliyor. Decoverse.com'a tıklayın, banyoları yenilemenin en kolay yoluyla tanışın.
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya pazartesi haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet. Diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital, sağlığın yeni hali. Röntgen sonucuna bakıp komşulardan görüş almak standart.
Harika bir diz kapağı.
Bence ters tutuyorsun. Hayır canım bak düzgün.
Gelin size bir şey göstereceğim.
Evital'le farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanesi doktorlarından görüş almak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Evital'le nerede olursanız olun, farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanelerinin doktorlarıyla online görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital, sağlığın yeni hali.
Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyo için aradığınız ürünlerin kısa yolu. Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da. Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyolara ulaşmanın kısa yolu. Peki Decoverse.com'da neler var? Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da var. Ürün seçimi ve yerleşimi sürecinde Mimara Sor özelliğiyle mimar ve iç mimarlarla ücretsiz online görüşme imkanı da var. Satın aldığınız ürün için keşif ve kurulum hizmeti, kolay randevu oluşturma, sigortalı ve hasar garantili hizmet, müşteri yardım hattı gibi hizmetler de Decoverse.com'da var. Mimarların hazırladığı içerikler, farklı tarz ve boyutta banyolara özel tasarımlar, ilham veren banyolardaki ürünleri inceleme ve satın alma kolaylığı da Decoverse.com'da sizi bekliyor. Decoverse.com'a tıklayın, banyoları yenilemenin en kolay yoluyla tanışın.
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital, sağlığın yeni hali. Okula gitmemek için numara yapan çocuk standart. Annesi Evital'le doktor seçerken mucizevi şekilde iyileşmesi yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital, sağlığın yeni hali. Röntgen sonucuna bakıp komşulardan görüş almak standart.
Harika bir diz kapağı.
Bence ters tutuyorsun. Hayır canım bak düzgün.
Gelin size bir şey göstereceğim.
Evital'le farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanesi doktorlarından görüş almak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Evital'le nerede olursanız olun, farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanelerinin doktorlarıyla online görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital, sağlığın yeni hali.
Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyo için aradığınız ürünlerin kısa yolu. Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da. Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyolara ulaşmanın kısa yolu. Peki Decoverse.com'da neler var? Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da var. Ürün seçimi ve yerleşimi sürecinde Mimara Sor özelliğiyle mimar ve iç mimarlarla ücretsiz online görüşme imkanı da var. Satın aldığınız ürün için keşif ve kurulum hizmeti, kolay randevu oluşturma, sigortalı ve hasar garantili hizmet, müşteri yardım hattı gibi hizmetler de Decoverse.com'da var. Mimarların hazırladığı içerikler, farklı tarz ve boyutta banyolara özel tasarımlar, ilham veren banyolardaki ürünleri inceleme ve satın alma kolaylığı da Decoverse.com'da sizi bekliyor. Decoverse.com'a tıklayın, banyoları yenilemenin en kolay yoluyla tanışın.
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya pazartesi haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital, sağlığın yeni hali. Okula gitmemek için numara yapan çocuk standart. Annesi Evital'le doktor seçerken mucizevi şekilde iyileşmesi yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital, sağlığın yeni hali. Röntgen sonucuna bakıp komşulardan görüş almak standart.
Harika bir diz kapağı.
Bence ters tutuyorsun. Hayır canım bak düzgün.
Gelin size bir şey göstereceğim.
Evital'le farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanesi doktorlarından görüş almak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Evital'le nerede olursanız olun, farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanelerinin doktorlarıyla online görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital, sağlığın yeni hali.
Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyo için aradığınız ürünlerin kısa yolu. Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da. Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyolara ulaşmanın kısa yolu. Peki Decoverse.com'da neler var? Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da var. Ürün seçimi ve yerleşimi sürecinde mimara sor özelliğiyle mimar ve iç mimarlarla ücretsiz online görüşme imkanı da var. Satın aldığınız ürün için keşif ve kurulum hizmeti, kolay randevu oluşturma, sigortalı ve hasar garantili hizmet, müşteri yardım hattı gibi hizmetler de Decoverse.com'da var. Mimarların hazırladığı içerikler, farklı tarz ve boyutta banyolara özel tasarımlar, ilham veren banyolardaki ürünleri inceleme ve satın alma kolaylığı da Decoverse.com'da sizi bekliyor. Decoverse.com'a tıklayın, banyoları yenilemenin en kolay yoluyla tanışın.
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Okula gitmemek için numara yapan çocuk standart. Annesi Evital'le doktor seçerken mucizevi şekilde iyileşmesi yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Röntgen sonucuna bakıp komşulardan görüş almak standart.
Harika bir diz kapağı.
Bence ters tutuyorsun. Hayır canım bak düzgün.
Gelin size bir şey göstereceğim.
Evital'le farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanesi doktorlarından görüş almak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Evital'le nerede olursanız olun, farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanelerinin doktorlarıyla online görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali.
Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyo için aradığınız ürünlerin kısa yolu. Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da. Decoverse.com, hayalinizdeki banyolara ulaşmanın kısa yolu. Peki Decoverse.com'da neler var? Seçkin markalardan binlerce ürün, detaylı ürün bilgisi, orijinal ürün garantisi, satış sonrası destek ve 30 gün iade garantisi Decoverse.com'da var. Ürün seçimi ve yerleşimi sürecinde mimara sor özelliğiyle mimar ve iç mimarlarla ücretsiz online görüşme imkanı da var. Satın aldığınız ürün için keşif ve kurulum hizmeti, kolay randevu oluşturma, sigortalı ve hasar garantili hizmet, müşteri yardım hattı gibi hizmetler de Decoverse.com'da var. Mimarların hazırladığı içerikler, farklı tarz ve boyutta banyolara özel tasarımlar, ilham veren banyolardaki ürünleri inceleme ve satın alma kolaylığı da Decoverse.com'da sizi bekliyor. Decoverse.com'a tıklayın, banyoları yenilemenin en kolay yoluyla tanışın.
Pazartesi diye hedeflenen diyete pazartesilerce başlayamamak standart.
Bu pazartesi değil de haftaya pazartesi haftaya.
Gel bak sana ne göstereceğim.
Evital'le dilediğin diyetisyeni seçip öğle arasında online görüşme yapmak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Okula gitmemek için numara yapan çocuk standart. Annesi Evital'le doktor seçerken mucizevi şekilde iyileşmesi yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Aradığınız uzmanlıktaki doktor, diyetisyen, psikologla online ya da yüz yüze görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali. Röntgen sonucuna bakıp komşulardan görüş almak standart.
Harika bir diz kapağı.
Bence ters tutuyorsun. Hayır canım bak düzgün.
Gelin size bir şey göstereceğim.
Evital'le farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanesi doktorlarından görüş almak yeni. Evet, standartlar değişiyor. İşte sağlığın yeni hali Eczacıbaşı Evital. Evital'le nerede olursanız olun, farklı şehirlerdeki üniversite hastanelerinin doktorlarıyla online görüşün. Eczacıbaşı Evital. Sağlığın yeni hali.
Satmamak adına artık yavaş yavaş demeyeceğim, biraz hızlı hızlı sizleri yerlerinize...
Being on time, I would like to kindly invite you to be now taking your seats.
Bir kez daha hoş geldiniz. Artık
We would like to welcome you once again. Now we are in the last part, but we have two panels. But before, I would like to remind you, so today is the 5th of December, the International Volunteers Day, and there is a donation campaign. As you see, Eczacıbaşı volunteers with YGA, Young Guru Academy, they have conducted a collaboration in Adıyaman and Diyarbakır and Hatay and Adıyaman. They are going to donate science kits. You would like to, if you would like to join, you can make your contributions. So on this meaningful day, why not be a volunteer, right? So I just wanted to remind you once again. And now, if you would join me to go back to the panels which are very feeding. And again, we are going to have a star name of Formula One. And if you just allow me, I would like to switch to English.
Sport as Formula One. Technology plays a significant role in performance improvements. Vehicle performance, tire and weather conditions, competitor strategies, and many other variables directly influence the success of the driver and also the success of the team. Now, I would like to invite the stage a legendary figure from the world of motorsports, 13-time Grand Prix winner, David Coulthard, with your applause, of course. And joining him in today's discussion, Eczacıbaşı Holding Senior Digital Transformation Manager and Eczacıbaşı Sports Club Board Member, Murat Ergün.
Shall I go on the, sure, on the right? Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Dear guests, dear David, welcome. It's such a pleasure having you here with us today. I know it's been a tiring trip, but you look fresh.
I think, as I explained earlier, I'm never going to complain about traveling. It's a gift. You know, I grew up in a very small village in the southwest of Scotland, 300 people. So I knew I had to travel, otherwise I was going to end up marrying my cousin.
For sure, for sure. Before we begin, how about testing the excitement level of the audience? Because it was such a long-awaited panel. With my count, please join me to celebrate David's presence here. You may either shout, clap, or whistle. 3, 2, 1, go!
Wow. Thank you.
Well, rise of expectations, right? Rise of expectations.
Well, that's because they haven't heard me speak. Maybe at the end they won't be quite so happy. But anyway, I'm genuinely happy to be here. Istanbul, as we've been discussing, I drove a Formula One car across the bridge in 2005. I was lucky enough to race at this Grand Prix circuit on the other side of the Bosphorus, and I come here for my summer holidays, so it's great to have an opportunity to come and meet people that are shaping our future.
Exactly. I also remember you dancing Horon, the Black Sea region dance, but don't worry, we will not remind it here. We all know you as a legendary Formula One driver, an active broadcaster and commentator at Formula One, and also a business person, but we are very curious about your story, so if you can help us get to know David Coulthard better, we would be glad.
Okay, well, very briefly, I was born. I grew up in a village. My father was interested in motor racing, which then became something I was interested in. And I did karting, little go-karts, like many of you can maybe go and experience. And this became a real passion and drive for me to want to compete at the highest level against international competition. So that drove me towards cars. That led me to being a test driver in Formula One for 3 of the greats, Nigel Mansell, Alain Prost, Ayrton Senna. And sadly, when Ayrton was killed in San Marino in 1994, I was then promoted to be the race driver. So my career started as a Formula One driver in 1994 and then continued until the end of 2008. So that's very briefly how I've come to be sitting here as an ex-driver. But my family business is a pretty analog business in that we are a transportation company that started in 1916. And my brother now runs that business. My parents are retired. And of course, there's an element of digitalization to how they organize everything, but it's still a fairly analog industry, moving products from one place to the other.
Wonderful, wonderful. By the way, it has to be a huge responsibility taking over the flag from Ayrton Senna after his death. So it was wonderful of you to cope with it. Maybe we can come to that in the following sections. By the way, in your book, The Winning Formula, and let me show it to our audience, I read it, I loved it, I strongly recommend everybody to read it. You provide practical tips on what we can learn from Formula One regarding leadership, motivation, and strategy. What do you think are the main characteristics of winning teams in Formula One, and what should we relate out of it in our businesses?
Well, I think Formula One is too much of a business to just see it as a sport. You know, all international sports nowadays are big business. But the thing I really love about Formula One is it isn't just human against human in a tennis match or a football match. There's so much science and engineering and design, creating new technologies before the driver gets anywhere near the car. And one of the things that I take away from being in that industry, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a designer. These hands have never really been dirty, so therefore I never mechanicked on the car. But I could play a role within the team as the driver. And as a driver, you're also like the customer to the team. You rely on them giving you a winning product for you to then go and show your talent on the racetrack.
Of course, you're the first customer over there, for sure.
Yeah, and the thing that I think that we absolutely learn in sport is that deadlines, these are immovable moments in the calendar that you cannot say, no, our product's not ready, we'll delay the launch of the product. You delay the launch, you're not in the race. If you're not in the race, you cannot win the championship. So we have a date in the calendar for the first weekend in March in Bahrain, 2024. The teams over this winter will have already designed, but they'll be starting to manufacture a completely new race car, a completely new concept, one that they believe will give them a competitive edge against their competitors. And they will deliver that to the test track in February, and they will be on the grid at 5 o'clock on Saturday evening, as it will be because of Ramadan in Bahrain, and no one won't be on the grid. So we operate in a highly regulated industry because we have to make sure the car is compliant with safety, with the technical rules, and to pass the scrutineering. But also we operate to deadlines that there is no option but making those deadlines. And this is, I think, something in business that a lot of companies can learn, where if they're not really satisfied with the way the product's being developed, they can delay and delay. Well, you do that, then you run the risk of your competitors launching a similar or maybe a more sorted product, and then you lose your competitive advantage. So I think it's a mentality that when you know there is no other option than delivering, you deliver. And also within that mentality is the team. Now, a typical Formula One team will have more than 1,000 people that are employed. So a relatively small business, but you're only allowed to send 80 people to the Grand Prix. That's because of environmental concerns, it's about cost cap concerns. There's still a great deal of digital connection between what's happening at the racetrack and the support team at the factory. But in terms of physical personnel, you only have those 80 people there. And a team is a group of talented people that want to work together, that understand the chain of command, that have got each other's back. And I think in a lot of business, when you get to a certain level, it becomes quite difficult to instill that sense of pride and that sense of wanting not to let the side down. And that's where I think that some business can lose a competitive advantage by not having their talent. It was mentioned earlier, your greatest resource is your human resource. You've got to be able to empower the people and make them really understand how important their role is. And quite literally, in a Grand Prix car, you're as strong as the weakest link. If something keeps failing, that is your critical part. And that's the same when it comes to your human resource. If one person is not putting the front wheel on the car at the pit stop, you will never win the race.
Exactly. I mean, in Formula One, each right and wrong decision are apparent to everyone. It's out there, all visible. On the contrary, in my opinion, fear of making mistakes refrains businesses from taking courageous actions, and it was the panel subject of the CEOs. It was another subject at Murat Özyeğin Eczacıbaşı chat. So, could you please share an instance where feedback and constructive criticism played a significant role in performance improvement?
Sure. Well, you're absolutely right that we don't have a blame culture in Formula One. We have a responsibility culture. People are empowered to ask questions, to challenge. If I crash the car, it's evident to millions of people around the world that I was driving the car. So I cannot hide. I don't try and pass the blame. I put my hand up and say, sorry, my mistake, and this is the reason why I made that mistake. And that attitude is there throughout the entire team. Because with the data, with the analysis tools that we have today, we will find the source of the problem. And some things are an engineering anomaly, and then we have to just understand how we find a way around it. But a lot of things, of course, are human error. And it was mentioned on the CEO talk about not being scared of making mistakes, not being scared to ask questions. The most successful designer in Formula One is a man called Adrian Newey. He literally has an open door policy to his design office in that the door never closes. It never closes. So anyone from the engineering office can walk in, even if he's designing, and ask a question because he wants to be challenged. Just because he's been the lead designer on more Grand Prix victories than anyone else, he knows how competitive this industry is. He knows that he hasn't designed or hasn't been the leader of winning designs every single year. So he needs the young talent, the young, brilliant men and women that are coming up with a different perspective to come and say, are you sure? And to have management not to be negative if they're questioned is how you continually empower and build a winning team.
Exactly, and he's now an active player in Red Bull's success as well.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of mistakes, there was huge demand at the coffee break, so I have to ask this. You know, he's a main actor in one of the most epic events in Formula One history, the crash between him and Michael Schumacher at 1998 Belgian Spa Grand Prix. You braked, right? You braked.
Well, I know you're a Schumacher fan, so you're going to think that, but no, the reality...
Yeah, you broke my heart over there.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but, you know, I'm sure you'll get over it. Michael was a great champion. I have so much respect for him as a driver, but he was a competitor. And when I was racing, if I could beat him, which I did on some occasions, then I knew that I'd really performed at my best potential. But just because he was a great champion, he had... let me explain this story. We had the crash. He came to my garage and he was very angry. I could tell his neck was purple. He was not in a happy place. But then a week later, we're at the next Grand Prix and we sit down to have a meeting to clear the air because he was leading the race and crashing into me meant that he didn't win that Grand Prix. And I had a conversation with him where I felt we should share the responsibility of who caused or how this accident happened. And Michael was just very resistant to take any responsibility. And I'm saying, Michael, you crashed into me. You crashed into the back of me. And now, if any of you are driving your road car after this event and someone crashes into you, you're going to think they have a responsibility, no?
For sure, for sure.
Unless you start reversing into them, where clearly it would be your responsibility. So he just wouldn't accept he was in any way to blame. So I said, Michael, surely you must have been wrong sometimes. And he thought about it for quite a while and went, not that I remember. And there was a lesson to me in someone that had the absolute confidence to become a 7-time champion and someone like myself that did accept my own responsibilities. So the final thing I said, Michael, surely when you're at home with your wife, you're wrong sometimes. And he went, no. So at that point, I knew he had a slightly delusional view as to his way was the only way. But that's with the greatest respect to his achievements. But he just couldn't see other his mistakes, which was his strength, but it was also his flaw. Because if you look at Michael's career, the most successful driver up until Hamilton came along, But he also made some mistakes. He was removed from the World Championship in 1996 after an incident with Jacques Villeneuve. He was put to the back of the grid in Monaco. He was on pole position, and then on the lap at the end, he stopped in the middle of the track, and there was yellow flags, so no one could improve, and they couldn't find any fault with the car. So Michael had a flaw. In his brilliance, he would sometimes do things that were unsporting. And he didn't need to do it because he was so good as a driver, he would have won anyway. But that was his human fault, if you like. And acknowledging that is part of moving on. And I think that's like in a team, if you can acknowledge where your strengths and weaknesses are within your team personnel, that's when you build a super team that then go on and dominate either an industry or a sport.
Exactly, and supported with openness, without the blame culture.
Sure.
It's super important. By the way, speaking of Michael, you raced at the golden era of Formula One. He was one of the best drivers of all time, as you have said, 7 times world champion. And you were also competing with your own teammates, the Flying Finn, Mika Hakkinen, 2 times world champion. How did you maximize your potential? And how did you leverage data and technology to push your limits? Because at the end, while competing with them, you have won 13 Grand Prix and you have obtained 62 podiums.
Yeah, I was very much in that transitional phase from the emergence of data being used in Formula One in the early 90s. And back then it was pretty straightforward, information that you had to retrieve from the car having plugged in when you stopped in the pits. And of course that evolved to the point where we were transmitting live stream data from the car, not only back to the engineers in the pit lane, but back to our base in the UK. And a lot of the information today, a lot of the strategy today is actually driven not from the pit wall in Abu Dhabi, but from the team's mission controls that they all have. So data, I loved the emergence of data. I loved the fact that it was initially seen as a spy in the car of what was the driver doing. But for me, it was also insight to what my teammate was doing. I could see his steering input, I could see throttle application, how he was applying brake pressure. All of this information enhanced my ability to analyze their performance and then try and replicate it in the places where I was weak. Of course, the downside, the areas where I was stronger than my teammate, they could use it to understand where they needed to make improvements. But in the end...
Exactly. In your book, you say that you spent 3 times more time on data, but you spent 3 times less time on your driving time. So it's quite fascinating.
Yeah, well, the information, the great thing with data is it doesn't give an opinion, it just gives you the facts. So, you know, if you ask us both for an opinion who the best driver was, you're going to get 2 different answers.
Shall we try out there with the simulator?
Probably you, or be better in the simulator. But data just gives you the facts, and a lot of it is telling you that everything is fine. But we use it to find the source of potential weaknesses and areas that we can find a competitive advantage. And I think it's very important, though, when we're all harvesting the information that we have today, and you know, many of you are you know, either creating or setting trends for consumers. But we have to remember, of course, there is a customer at the end of all this data-driven process. And an example from my own career where engineers and using data were then forgetting the end user, forgetting the customer, was when there was a new designer when I was racing for McLaren Mercedes. And the challenge for us is always about weight. The smaller and lighter we can make the product, the faster it goes, the less energy it consumes. You just gain efficiencies in every department. So a designer who was given the role of looking at the steering wheel, and if any of you have been on the simulator there, you'll see a modern steering wheel. It has the gear change paddles, the clutch, and various knobs, buttons, and dials that can enhance the performance of the car. So this particular designer just went, well, I'll make the steering wheel smaller, I'll make all the buttons smaller, it'll be lighter, and I'm going to get a bonus for doing a great job. So I came into the factory to see, we always have what they call the mock-up, which is a pre-production car which is made in rapid prototyping to make sure the sizing is good before we go to production. And this steering wheel, basically my hands was almost touching in the middle. So I asked to go and see the designer, who was feeling very good about the work he had done. And I'd not met him before. I introduced myself and I asked him to call onto the CAD system the design that he'd worked on, and he was proud to have the driver and to be showing him the system. And as he's calling up this new design of steering wheel, I start to shake his chair from behind. And of course, as I'm shaking his chair, he can't control the mouse.
Yeah.
And therefore, he can't control what he wants to show me on the screen. And he's looking at me, why are you doing that? And I said, well, you've designed something for the customer, me, sitting in an air-conditioned office, listening to your favorite music. When I use that product, it's going to be driving 200 miles an hour in the rain, going through Eau Rouge and Spa. And the car is going to be moving and I can't see where I'm going. And I want to make an adjustment and I can't get my finger with a glove onto these tiny little buttons. And at that point, he understood. He designed a product that was brilliant on paper, brilliant in terms of achieving a goal, but he completely forgot the customer. Therefore, it was useless. So when we're in the creative process, even when it comes to digital solutions, we've always got to think, who are we serving? And if we're serving a group of IT specialists, then of course it can be written in a way and it can be using code and using processes that they are trained to understand. Yeah. But if it's serving people like myself who are not specialists, I'm just a customer, it's got to be usable.
Yeah, listening to and understanding the real needs of the customer is a vital winning formula. Otherwise, as you have said, from our air-conditioned offices, we think that we found the best solution, but the reality turns out to be different. Sure. In Formula One, all 4 tires are being able to switched in 2 seconds on average. And if I'm mistaken, please correct me. 22 pit crews are delivering 36 different tasks to deliver this in 2 seconds. Wow, I mean, it's quite amazing. How is it possible? And what can we learn from it in terms of agility and teamwork?
Well, obviously the design process, going into how it's the wheel nut fitting with the wheel, how the wheel is presented to the car, all of that is created in the virtual space, in the digital world. But the end user is the mechanic with an air gun. It's another mechanic pulling the wheel off. So it's a very analog process in a digital world. But what I think it serves to remind us beautifully is that when you have your best team of people all trained, whether they're doing the right-hand side of the car or the left-hand side of the car, if they're at the rear wheels are bigger. So of course you want to have the stronger person on that wheel because they have more mass to move. So there's a real science behind picking the team. And this is something that's practiced every single day during the winter and during the time when the team are back at the factory, and even during the Grand Prix weekend. They're constantly practicing this. And of course, practice makes almost perfect. And the world record is now 1.8 seconds for changing 4 wheels and tires, which...
Lando Norris, right?
Lando Norris and McLaren. And that's achieved by human beings, not by a supercomputer, by human beings. And I don't know if any of you have gone to change wheels or tires on your road car, but if you got 2-hour service, you'd be quite happy. So, you know, less than 2 seconds is incredible customer service. And it comes out of a belief that things can always be improved. When they got to 2.5 seconds, they didn't say, that's it, that's as good as it's going to get. They went, we can do it in 2.4, 2.3, 2.2, 1.8 now. Next year, someone will do 1.7 seconds. Because it is possible to re-engineer the process, work on your core team of your human assets to find the right people as well. And yes, it's diminishing returns, but sometimes qualifying can be decided by 1/1000 of a second, and sometimes a race can be won or lost by 0.5 in that pit stop. So it's vitally important as an overall performance package.
Yeah, it makes huge difference for sure. While you were driving, you have to make various decisions in milliseconds, and you get used to its trade-offs in time. We were talking about risk-taking behavior in the previous panels. In terms of risk-taking, what would you provide to our audience in terms of practical tips?
Well, I lived in a world and I operated in a business where there's an inherent risk. As I mentioned earlier, my career started because the race driver was killed. You know, Ayrton was considered one of the greatest drivers in Formula One, but a series of circumstances led to his fatality. So I've always been very aware of the risk involved. But this may come as a surprise to you. I consider myself risk averse. I don't consider myself a risk taker. You know, I'm not someone who does base jumping or free solo climbing or something like that. Formula One is a science-based, data-based engineering industry. And although I'm not an engineer, I've been lucky enough to work with some incredible engineers where they will explain to me through the data and knowledge and information they have, if we have a new front wing that will generate more downforce and allow me to go through the corner, instead of doing it at 180 miles an hour, I can do it at 185 miles an hour. That's all fine in theory, but you have to believe the science to actually go and do it. So there's very much a hand-in-glove working relationship between the driver as the customer to the team and the engineers, and it's based on trust. And without trust, you have nothing. You know, if you go to have a medical procedure, you've got to trust your doctor. You have, otherwise you're going to feel pretty uncomfortable. That's exactly the same as a Grand Prix driver, trusting your team, understanding the science, understanding the data, and then going out and with the knowledge of what the tire grip will be on the track, the downforce, because a Formula One car operates in the opposite way to an aircraft. An aircraft goes along the runway, generates lift, takes you off to your holiday destination. The wings are inverted in a Grand Prix car, so the faster we go, the more the car is pushed into the tarmac, and the downforce is the square of the speed. Mm-hmm. So the faster we go, we're just getting more and more downforce pushing that car into the racetrack, which is why we can generate such high cornering speeds, and which is why Formula One is the fastest form of car racing anywhere in the world.
And such an exciting sport for all of us.
It is, absolutely. But as I say, I always jumped in the car with a science-based approach rather than a risk-taking approach. You know, I don't want to take risks as a Grand Prix driver because it could lead to a fatality, and I don't want to take risks in my investment life. But I accept there has to be, let's say, thought through risks, because there is no guaranteed return on everything that we do. But if you have done all your due diligence and you really truly believe in the team of people you're working with, and you believe in your ability of your product or your service to talk to the customer, then that's a risk worth taking.
Yeah, for the right return expectation, you have to take some sort of risks.
Absolutely.
For sure. How does speed of transformation and adaptability translate into success in Formula One? Because as you have said, the car has to be ready at a certain point, and you have only limited time to test the car, and you have limited budgets to transform the car to a better version. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, like the recent Red Bull dominance. So how does speed and adaptation translate into success?
Well, if there was just an individual, one program that could give you, through AI, the absolute perfect design, then of course every team would have that. There's always going to be an interpretation of the rules. And if I come back to Adrian Newey, the most successful designer, he always would tell me he reads the rules not to see particularly what they say, but what they don't say. Because what the rules don't say is your loophole. That's your area that you can innovate and try and find a technical advantage over your competitors. So the whole process of understanding how to design and build the race car, of course, most of it nowadays is done in the virtual world, in simulation. So your simulation tools are incredibly important. your tire models, all of these things that can be developed individually by the teams are crucially important to then putting on track, hopefully, a winning car. And in the last several years, it was Mercedes that were dominating. The last few years, it's been Red Bull. Again, showing that success is not something that once you have a successful car, you can't just press print and repeat, print and repeat. You've got to keep innovating. You've got to be pushing to find more performance every single week. Every week you've got to bring something new to the racetrack. Otherwise, you will not be winning at the end of the season. And I think that when you have a mindset of believing that you can do more, that is not the final product, then everybody aligned has that same thought process, then it becomes just a driving force. It becomes an energy for the team to want to constantly move forward. So we spend a lot of time debriefing, even in success, to look for where we might have improved. So you might think that Red Bull, having won 22 out of 23 races this year, wouldn't really be doing a great deal of debriefing, talking with the engineers, the drivers. But they'll be trying to understand why they didn't win the 23rd race. Where did we go wrong? And on the other 22 that we did win, what were the potential areas that could have lost us the race? Because out of failure comes your biggest potential growth and finding success, because it's quite difficult if you're doing something really well to improve on it. So we're always looking for the potential weak links to keep driving us forward.
Exactly. It's quite a similar story for the business as well. I mean, it's not a transformation from point A to point B because the technology is evolving so fast. You have to adapt yourself in a flexible manner in order to become a better version of yourself, for sure. Well, at this point, I would like to turn to our audience, to our excited audience. Can we have the lights open, please? Any questions from our audience to David? We may also have it in Turkish, if you like. We have hands over there. Can we have a microphone, please?
I think we should be back racing in Turkey. It was always a good Grand Prix.
Yeah, exactly. We miss it a lot.
Yeah.
The mic is coming.
Talk amongst yourselves while we're waiting on...
Hello, Michael. I'm very curious about your feeling and adaptation.
I guess Michael's spirit is with us right now, David.
I'm sorry. I'm very curious about your feeling and adaptation to normal life after the race. In race, everything needs to be done as fast as possible. For instance, your four tires are changed in 2 minutes. But in normal life,
seconds.
2 seconds. But in normal life, you need to wait 5 minutes for a cup of coffee. Is it disturb to you? And what is your advice to us to manage the work life and the personal life balance?
Thank you very much. By the way, he's a data scientist.
Okay. Well, I used to operate as a Grand Prix driver where everything is about the stopwatch. And, of course, high adrenaline when you're in the race car. But I reached the end of my journey as a sports person when I felt that I wasn't getting better. Every year in my career, I always thought something was improving, my physical fitness, my mental approach. But in my last year at 37, I just thought that was it. That was as good as I could be. And clearly I was not the best in Formula One and in terms of winning championships. But I gave 100% all the way through my career. The transition into, let's say, normal life, where I'm not driving at 200 miles an hour, was actually relatively straightforward, because I think that you have to be a realist and you have to be patient. There's no point getting angry and frustrated about things beyond your control. you see it in everyday life. People who have got very short fuses, they get angry very quickly. Where I think that sport has taught me to accept and move on, rather than asking why did I crash the car? Why did I crash the car? Well, I crashed the car because of whatever reason. Move on and use your energy to influence the future. So I simply live my life today wanting to still be in a team. So I have businesses there that I've invested in that are team-based. It's about having a good group of people together and to try and give us a competitive edge against our competitors. I enjoy looking and admiring our competitors and acknowledging where they're strong. And I have no problem admitting my failings and my shortcomings, and I want the people I work with to be the same, not hiding and pretending that we know everything, because if we knew everything, we'd have world domination. We're still discovering certain things and we're still trying to improve in certain areas. So,
for instance, you missed your flight yesterday, but the first thing we did was considering what we can do about it, instead of why it happened and what it will cause to us. We just stuck on solving the problem. So
exactly. So my mantra is no problems, only solutions. So if you ask somebody in your business, can we do the following? And if they start the answer with, well, the problem is, I get a little shiver because I know there's a problem because I'm asking you the question. If I knew the solution, then there wouldn't be a problem. So just tell me what the solution is. Tell me what we can use in terms of our resources, or what do we need to invest in to find a solution. Because all the time we talk about the problem, we're just building a little negative, block in our minds. Where if we think about a creative solution, I think that's exciting. So, my work-life balance is my work is my life. I love my life. I'm incredibly lucky. I've been a sports person. I get to work in other industries today. I have my health. I have a 15-year-old son who I'm enjoying see him go through his life journey. So I think you've got to be happy with the environment that you're working. If you're not happy in your work environment, I don't think you'll be happy in your life environment. So yeah, that's how I live my life today. I'm very happy to be here with you all today. I'll fly back to London tonight. I'll be filming for one of the Formula One partners tomorrow, and I'm excited for that. And the future is exciting, and that's how I live my life, about finding and discovering new opportunities.
David, it was such a fun speech. I learned a lot for myself, and I guess we got a lot from you for our businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, David Coulthard.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz ve artık geldik Dijitaliz 2023'ün son paneline.
For the last panel, CMO's Challenge, Embracing Change. And it's the marketing leaders from the Eczacıbaşı Group. This is our last panel.
Vitra Tiles Marketing Director Işıl Nergiz, Eczacıbaşı Pharmaceuticals Marketing and Sales Director Sena Faga, and Eczacıbaşı Building Products Marketing Director Sibyl Gotkens.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So thanks to digital transformation team putting us after David Coulthard. But we will make it with the help of my three dear friends. Today, it's mentioned by Gözde a couple of times. Today is the International Volunteer Day, but it was not mentioned. Today has a special meaning. 89 years ago, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk has given the right to the woman to not only voting, but to be voted for the Turkish woman. So since then, Since then, today is celebrated as in Turkey as Kadın Hakları Günü, Turkish Women Rights Day. So that's why I have three powerful women with me, and I have the pleasure to ask the question to them. I have two questions, ladies, for you, but I think they are complementing each other. That's why I will put both of them at the same time. So how does digital disruptions and technology advancement impact your business field? Your observations on customer and consumer side? And also, what are you focusing mostly to address these disruptions? If you can give to the audience some concrete examples, what you are doing or what you are going to do in the future pipeline, that would be perfect. So we have, in terms of conventional business units, we have different degrees maybe, but I can give the word first to Bilge. She's from consumer goods, and their digital transformation even started earlier than all of us, so she can elaborate more on that.
Thank you. I think it's no secret that our lives are transforming at a really tremendous pace. So before the businesses, I think we can observe that consumers, our customers, regardless of age, gender, social status, educational status, are transforming digitally. We are observing little children doing their homework with ChatGPT. We're observing grandmas becoming influencers on TikTok, generating content by themselves. We're observing former hotshot, white-collar career people turning into digital entrepreneurs. So our lives are being digitalized. So I think this has an impact on the businesses, whether the businesses are called conventional businesses or new generation businesses, because as human beings, we're going through such a tremendous change. The businesses also have to go through that change, if for nothing, to remain relevant to our consumers and customers. I mean, if the observations aren't enough, I'll share a couple of numbers which I find really striking. The 2023 numbers. The percentage of households that have internet access in Turkey is 95.5%. Almost all of the homes are connected to internet. And 74% of the adults, the definition of adults is people between 17 and 73-year-olds, 74% of them are doing their government-related, state-related formal businesses, like paying taxes, like creating documents that are stamped by the government, like doing registrations. So 74% of adults are doing those on the app called E-Devlet, e-government. I think these two numbers, if the observations weren't enough, are evidence that our lives are fully digitalized now. So we have to adapt to those changes to be able to serve to our customers. As marketing professionals, our job is to really understand people as human beings, what they're going through, what their needs are, physical and emotional, and we need to be able to serve them in the best way possible with our products and services so we can do better than our competitors, right? So let me give some concrete examples for my line of business as to how we're digitalizing. And I think I should first and foremost say we're not necessarily digitalizing for the sake of digitalizing. Digitalization is helping us actually to become better in serving our customers. One way we have the help of digitalization is understanding the consumers better, insight generation, and developing products and services better. A very striking example is we have in our portfolio a condom brand called OK. And as per the line of business, it's incredibly difficult to do consumer research. It's a very intimate subject. You can't ask questions one-to-one. You can't go really deep into the insights. However, there are forums where, thanks to the unanimity the digitalization provides, people are actually sharing a lot. And through that, we hit a really good insight as to the participation of females in the process. And we were able to position a group of products in our portfolio. We named it Nirvana, towards women. and women only. That was the first time in the world, not only in Turkey, but also in the world. The result was not only really tremendous business success, but we were able to grow the category because we invited females to become the shoppers of the category as well. So insight generation and consumer understanding is one. Another is really good targeting, better targeting and consumer segmentation. A good example is young mothers or mothers of young children, babies up until 1 year age. We find through digital data that they're doing their baby care shopping mostly after midnight because that's the nighttime nursing time. And, the mom is awake, she can't really turn on the TV, she has to find a way to spend the time, so they go on mobile, they buy their, diapers, baby shampoos, wipes, so we take action accordingly. This is some, digital data analysis for us. Another one where we use of the digitalization is content generation. Now we're moving Salpox, social media content more and more to generative AI. What we're doing is we're giving a description, a brief if you like, of what we want to do to ChatGPT. Then ChatGPT comes up with the strategy, if you like, of a creative content. Then we feed that into Midjourney. That gives us the relevant visual. And with that, we're creating content by use of generative AI that not only helped us decrease our costs, but also increase the engagement with the content as well. Another one is managing customer experience more real time. We're finding through, again, internet forums, if the consumers are happy with a change that we have introduced or not happy, and we are more able to take action in a faster time period. So I can, name a couple of more examples, but in the interest of time, let me wrap it up by saying digitalization, the fast evolution of technology is actually helping us to become better marketers by establishing a real relationship and a more real-time relationship with the consumer than the previous conventional method of just talking at them.
Thank you, Bilge. I was thinking that only in Tiles we have different target groups, but basically also it is the same due to the variety of the product portfolio that you are having now. So in that sense, consumer segmentation is really key. I will also come to that point back also in my part. Sena.
Hello, everyone. Actually, the concept of digital transformation has been a topic of discussion in the Turkish pharmaceutical market for more than a decade. However, organizations and companies were initially slow to adapt until a compelling force, namely COVID-19, pushed them to change. So, since then, actually, digital technologies and interactions started to transform the healthcare industry at an accelerating pace. What has changed mainly? What were the main disruptions? The first thing was about how we are reaching the healthcare professionals. Obviously, we had to change the way we were engaging with them because due to the social distancing measures and lockdowns, we were not able to visit them physically. We had to change towards online channels and remote tools, actually. And then, what happened in the consumer interaction? With the pandemic, consumers decided to be more actively involved in their healthcare decisions. They went online. They have been searching for products to strengthen their immune systems, to improve their physical and mental wellness, to protect themselves and their families against COVID. So they have been searching information and products online, and guess what? They have started shopping those products online as well. So that was the second biggest milestone for the e-commerce in food supplement category in Turkey, after the TV advertisements, which started in 2014. And last but not least, we see a trend from physical visits to doctor offices towards an online consultation by the consumers as well. So what we see is a habit change, which is caused by a virus. And I would like to draw your attention to the irony, actually, in this narrative, because a virus has proven to be more influential than the leaders of those organizations at that time who have been trying to push the organizations to be digital. So I think there's a big lesson, valuable lesson for us, for all of us to be learned here. And what we are doing is, as Eczacıbaşı Pharmaceutical, our ambition is to become the #1 local digital savvy company in the pharma industry. And this requires a collective effort from everyone. And we, or us, as the leaders, we are putting our main focus on the cultural transformation of the organization, because everything starts with the people. There are some great examples, because operating in an industry strictly regulated, in order to stay competitive and relevant to the evolving needs of the customers and consumers, you have to embrace the change towards digital. There are some great examples where we have been focusing, and of course failures, but let me count the good ones actually. We are spending quite a lot of time and, let's say, efforts in the segmentation of our customers. And using that segmentation, especially the behavioral segmentation, we are integrating the omni-channel engagement using e-detailing, remote detailing, online webinars, web-triggered emails, etc., creating a communication loop with our HCPs, or let's say healthcare professionals, doctors and pharmacists, which we do similarly in the area where we have less restrictions, where we created a website for one of the leading brands we have, Dynavit. We created the website from scratch using AI tools only to design, creating all the visuals with AI, making the tests, etc., and interpreting the first in industry, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me, Emre, the first chat GPT integrated chatbot in our website, which means that when you go online and go to our website, you can have a very nice chat with the little guy in your computer actually there. So there are, of course, lots of examples, but let me say e-analytic is being used to improve the experience in e-commerce. We are now working on the supply chain digitalization with our supply chain colleagues to improve the quality there, to improve the forecast accuracy as well. So what I see is that in every essence now we are becoming more and more digital, and it will continue like this. But what I will just summarize is that everything starts with the people. We should be embracing the change, but we should be making sure that we are engaging our people into digital. And we should leave some room or create the environment for success for the born digital team members in our teams, because obviously everybody, or 90% of the population here is digital immigrants rather than the born digital ones. This is how I will summarize. Thank you.
Thank you, Sena. I think the team point is very important, so thanks that you mentioned that. So, I will not say your name, maybe you say your name, because people are, I think, naming you in different, 10 different versions.
Sibylle, so it depends on the country, right? So
even you have a Turkish name, Sibel, now.
Good. So, coming to Vitra, to the bathroom industry, so listening to all these exciting speeches before, listening to Formula One, and now coming to the bathroom industry, which is, I would say, a rather slow-moving sector. So basically, in the past, I would say it followed a super traditional B2B2C business model. So manufacturers, most of them experts in their field, faucets, ceramic sanitary ware, furniture sold to wholesaler to showrooms and retailer, and the end was an end consumer who were coming with their architect installer into the showroom without any information. Now, with the age of digital, new technology, etc., the journey starts different. So the end consumers are starting to get the initial impression, inspirations online online, they're looking for prices, they get even some first planning specifications. However, it is still a hybrid world. So consumers, 97% of consumers or end users in Turkey still are doing an offline search. So either they go into the showroom or they're asking for their friends or architects for advices and recommendation. So this is what is very important for us, that we are playing in both fields. On the one side, the digital journey from websites, online shops, etc. And on the other side, also touch points in the offline world. So we have here, I would say, a super, very, I would say, special situation with a very powerful and strong Vitra brand in Turkey. So we have the biggest opportunity, which none of our brands in the industry has nowhere in the world. So Vitra has 7 own showrooms, which are also sales point, and 150 single, only Vitra branded showrooms run by our business partner. So this is really a unique opportunity to orchestrate the entire omni-channel world and journey for our customers, to addressing all the points to reach a seamless customer journey across all the different touch points. So what is important for our industry, for us, for Vitra brand, to be successful in this omni-channel journey? The first one is about consistency. Vitra as a brand needs to be consistent across all the different touch points. Consistent messages, consistent experience. The second point is about flexibility, to ensure a seamless transition from one world, from the offline to the online and vice versa. So offering somebody who is seeing a product online, saying to him and giving him the advice where he can see it offline in the color he prefers. The third one is customization, really understanding behaviors and insights of our audiences and giving them the according content. So envisioning in the future to having a generative AI bathroom configurator of giving you exactly based on your needs, on your preferences, on the size of your bathroom, of your budget, the offer you want. And the fourth one is data analytics. One example I can mention, the Turkish team just has done a study analyzing with geolocation data, other data, and supported with AI to find the next 2 showrooms which has been just opened, so the optimal location. This is all a journey, because omnichannel is a journey for us. We recently initiated a program and a workshop to identify 25 further projects in our omnichannel journey. It was just started. So omnichannel is one challenge or one opportunity we are going to have in our industry. The second one, you heard a lot already about it today before, earlier in the conversation about Gen AI and AI. One could be a Gen AI bathroom configurator, which I mentioned, or another one which we are now working on is Gen AI content generation, gathering insights in social media and in the web, translating this into creatives, testing, and reaching a better, effective, and efficient marketing activities for the Vitra brand. So again, 2 points which are a big opportunity for us in this new age, digital age. One side, orchestrating the omnichannel journey for a seamless customer journey across all the different touch points, online and offline. And the second one, definitely in the future, I would say the biggest opportunity we are having, which is really fundamentally changing how we do marketing, is AI and Gen AI.
I think from the AI point, I can also add from the tiles perspective. So in our design is in our DNA. When I started to take over this position in the tiles as marketing, coming from FMCG, used to work with the end consumer a lot, and with the brands, with the branding, doing the marketing, something that you even don't have the brand. If you ask you after leaving this room, how many of you would remember what are on the floors, whether tiles or carpet? Don't look to the floor now, please. I will ask it outside. So it is very difficult to be a brand in the tiles category, in the tiles sector. It's highly fragmented. There are almost 300 players all around the world, and to be in the top 10, like we do with Tracaro, is difficult. That's why design is very distinguishing thing, and this is in our DNA. And we started to use now, together with our innovation team and the designer team, generative AI, for the design, creation the design, picking up the design, comparing to our competitors, what are the most search tiles all around the world in the Google search, or what are the most selling tiles, what are our gaps, even the identifying gaps now, the innovation team is working on that when it comes to the competition reports. Starting even with the production, not to forget, because we are producing something coming from the nature. And nature mother doesn't give always the same output, although you put the same ingredient into the oven. On that, all this machine learnings, digitalization, tiles started some years ago with or was produced with the analog machines, now with the digital printers. Because having the digital printers as close as possible to the real stones or real marble or real wood is really appreciated in ceramic. So these are all thanks to the digital transformation that we are going through. Another point you mentioned, Bilge, is also on the, you just said consumer segmentation, for us also in the customer segmentation, more with the B2B focus. It's different target groups that we are speaking to. So we have one side, the architects or the interior designer, we are highly sophisticated. Their interests are different. On the other hand, we have also tile layers, Mehmet Usta, Ali Usta, that they are having different interests, definitely from the architects. And we need to catch all their attention, grab their attention, keep them on our website, engage them there, providing according different content to different needs, and also turn it into a successful closing the deals is the entire customer journey that we are trying to tackle also in the tiles part with the engaged team, of course. So now I think we can hand it over back to Gözde for the last part, the award part, and see what the team has achieved today, which is awarded. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ederiz. Hem sizlere hem de müsaade ederseniz.
Well, I would like to thank you, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank all the panelists. Give everyone a round of applause. And now, before moving on to the most exciting part, we have a short survey. I know I'm asking you a lot, but we have a short survey, and we would really appreciate it. Well, my friends are now reflecting it on the screen. Your feedback is very important to us. Could you please fill out the survey? And let's remember what we have heard today while the stage is being set up. So first of all, inside the Rolik and Paribu, which managed to become playmakers, game makers with their technologies today, they have talked about the importance of being agile. Azim Mazhar, we have discussed artificial intelligence. We heard Murat Özyeğin. We talked about digital transformation, and also how important it is to have happy employees. Çağlar Erkan and Atalay Bey, they took the stage together, established institutions and how they're transforming. And we also talked about the importance of speed, data, and human capital's critical role in competition. And we just heard the CMOs, and they have talked about the digital transformation addressed within Eczacıbaşı Group. So if you have filled out the survey, and I hope you have done, now we have come to the part everyone is looking forward, especially the participating teams, Dijitaliz Award Ceremony. So Dijitaliz is not an inspiring event since 2018, but also an event where successful projects implemented in Eczacıbaşı Group have been rewarded and achievements are celebrated together. In this part of the event, we will celebrate together the successful works developed by different organizations of the Eczacıbaşı Group and which direct the group's digital transformation journey. And maybe we are only here today for this event, but getting here has not been easy for the candidates, and the journey covers a long process So this year, projects implemented in 12 categories were comprehensively evaluated and rewarded, and then they have been concluded. Well, the application started on the 5th of September 2023 and ended on September 25th, 2023. During the process, 138 different project applications were made, and the preliminary evaluation was held between 20th September and 6 October with the contributions of the valuable preliminary juries. And you see the name of the juries. Our final jury, consisting of many valuable names from within and outside our community, completed the evaluation between 23rd of October and 3rd of November. Give them a round of applause, please. Well, we would like to sincerely thank every Eczacıbaşı member during this process, and today the participation of all of you and the value you added through the projects were very important. Today we will reward the winners selected for only 12 categories among a total number of 138 valuable projects. However, we would like to point out again that all projects and project owners are very valuable, and without your contributions, these projects and awards would not have been possible. Now, the first category, the winner of the Best Artificial Intelligence Experiment category. So, we are going to see the applications.
Şimdi gelin finale kalan son 3 projeye bir bakalım. Ve ödülü kazananı açıklamak üzere sahneye Eczacıbaşı Topluluğu CEO'su Atalay Gümrah'ı bir kez daha davet ediyorum. Hoş geldiniz.
Hoş bulduk. Ben de merak ettim.
Zarf içinde, evet.
Dynamic Next Generation Website Powered by AI.
Alkışlarınızla sahneye davet ediyoruz kazanan ekibi. Çok tebrik ederiz. Hep birlikte bir toplu fotoğraf çektireceğiz. Ödülümüz de geldi sahneye. Tebrik ediyoruz sizi, alkışlarla yerinize uğurluyoruz. Atalay Bey, sizden kalmanızı rica edeceğim.
And we give a big hand to you. And here is our team. And let's watch their project video. And we have a video here. I am Emre Şamlı from Eczacıbaşı Pharmaceuticals, and I have been working for similar positions at Eczacıbaşı. So we've started with the dream of building a web page, and AI played a central role in this project. So that would be based on data-based solutions. Once the web page was loaded together with the real user experience, we got positive results and feedback. So the second phase was about producing content and visuals, and we have accelerated our productivity and speed, and that gave us time efficiency and cost savings. In the feedback score, we have had an increase of 125%. So being a pioneer within the Eczacıbaşı Group encouraged us extensively. The support of our stakeholders and the supportive stance of the Digital Transformation Office has played a real role in us. Congratulations again, and let's move on with our second category, the best digital customer experience category. Let's see the candidates on the screen. And the three projects that made it to the finals, Atalay Bey will be announcing it. Can we have the envelope? Vitra Voyage Tile Customer E-com Journey. Congratulations. So we give a big hand for the team. Atalay Bey, please. We have another category. We are watching our project video. I am Elanur Koç. I have been working for Vitra Tiles for 1.5 years, and for us the experience of the customer is very important when they touch the tile and feel its texture. But because the product is heavy and fragile, our customers are most of the time very much concerned about their sound and safe delivery for construction at their house. So for the first time in Turkey, we have created this platform where our customers can enjoy the simulation of these tiles in their home environment, so they can see how they will look before they're being applied, and we can send them some free samples as well. So based on their experience enabled with this digital technology, they can put their real order, and the delivery is done safe and sound. So thanks to this project, we have been able to eradicate the concerns of our customers, and even tiles could be sold online, because it was a prejudice and people thought that such products cannot be bought online. So in a year's time, we had more than 1 million products being viewed on the web page. So I would like to thank every one of my colleagues who have contributed to the project. Well, great, well done. And our third category is the best digital operation and production category. First, let's see our candidate projects. And the three projects that made it for the finals. End-to-end digital. Well, Tiles have got 2 awards today. Let's have the team on the stage. We have a group photograph session. Congratulations once again. A big hand, please. Atalay Bey, thank you very much. As we bid farewell to our team, let's watch their project video. Hello, my name is Caner Tanyeri. I'm a product manager at Eczacıbaşı Tiles Factory, and I have been part of the Eczacıbaşı family for 6.5 years. Energy efficiency is a great concern for our present times, and due to reasons of high amounts of energy consumption, we have decided to change our way of doing business. That was an end-to-end process and a huge transformation process where we digitized every single process by means of using AI and other digital technologies. And this is a production model which is data-driven and doesn't include any humans. So one of the most important lessons we have had is that digital transformation is applicable in all industries. The achievement has been reflected back onto numbers as well. Our scrap rate has been reduced significantly. Energy consumption has been reduced by 14%. And our quality processes have been digitized as well, and that resulted in an improvement of customer experience by 60%. I'm very happy for it, and I would like to congratulate my team members. Let's move on with the 4th category, Best Digital Support Function Process. Let's see the candidate projects in this category. The last 4 projects, and we would like to have Seyfi Sarıcam, Eczacıbaşı Group Financial Affairs and Finance Group President, to announce the winning project. Welcome, welcome.
SkyGo projesi.
Well, it's the Sky from Eczacıbaşı Consumption Products. Let's have the team. So we congratulate our team and Seyfi Bey. Let's watch the project video. Tuğba Bozkurt from Eczacıbaşı Consumption Products. I have been working in this position like for almost 6 years. Well, the SkyGo project first aimed at supporting our colleagues during the digital transformation process. Our team used to work on Excel sheets manually, and the process lasted like 3 to 4 days. So we wanted to have a leaner structure and simple flow and digitize. We have discussed around what documents could be transferred to digital, and we have had simulations of the infrastructure and the processes, and the FMCG industry has some rather changing dynamics. So all the sales teams are using it. I mean, the usage rate is 100%, and we have been able to have serious levels of time saving. As we were working on this project, we've started working with our customer relations department and financial department, and I would like to extend my thanks to them as well. That was a very successful project. Congratulations. Let's move on with our fifth category, the supply chain category. Let's look at the candidates. And the last 4 projects, the finalists. And I would like to invite Eylem Özgür, Eczacıbaşı Group, Human Resources Department Head. Welcome.
Ve açıklıyorum. Connection.
Connection. Let's have a group photo. Congratulations again. Eylem Hanım, let's have you here. I would like you to present another award. Let's watch the project video. My name is Ceren Çiftçi. I'm in my 13th year at the Eczacıbaşı Group. Together with the Connection project, we have just browsed through our processes once again to improve them and to redefine them. So all the processes have been transferred to the digital, and the human dependentness was minimized. Well, actually, at the stage of defining the suppliers, we have received a number of documents from them, and those documents were integrated into the systems and digitized. When it comes to tender processes and orders, we used telephone, the main telephone line mainly. But after this project, I mean, when we have moved to the contract process, we used emails. As this system has been activated, every process can be managed on a single platform, and the products and services have been standardized So now it's much easier to reach out to the pool of suppliers and be part of a tender process with them, which resulted in a great synergy. All the activities for our procurement operations are now more traceable, and we can monitor them with great practicality. I would like to extend my thanks to all my team members and colleagues. Thank you. Congratulations once again. Now it's the 6th category, Best Change Management category. First, let's see our candidate projects. And the 4 finalist projects. Eylem, please have the envelope.
Ve söylemekten çok gurur duyduğumuz bir proje Global Lighthouse Network.
Global Lighthouse Network application process. Please come a little bit forward for the photograph. Let's watch our project video. Hello, Murat Gölcü. I am working as an IT director at Eczacıbaşı Group. 3 years ago, we have started our digital transformation activities at Bozüyük. This year, we have continued our journey with the Global Lighthouse Network. It's an initiative that brings together the stakeholders, and this network embraces and uses Industry 4.0 innovations. And this is a kind of network where we have lighthouse factories, where processes are leaner and more practical. So if the application process will be positively accepted, Vitra tiles will be part of this tile. So we have changed the way of doing business at Bozüyük facilities. We have established transparent and visual processes, and we are now less human dependent, and we have also furnished our production team with greater digital capabilities, and they are now more knowledgeable in the area of the digital. And more importantly, it was not on paper only, but very much as part of the daily life within the factory, which resulted in an agile way of doing business. We will be learning about the results of the application on December the 15th, and I very much hope that that will be fruitful. Well, thank you. Now it's time for our category number 7. Let's have the candidate projects.
Ve finale kalan son
And the last 3 projects which made it to the finals. Eczacıbaşı Group IC Systems Group President Hilmi Koçak will come to the stage to announce the winning projects. Welcome. Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate all of the winning teams. Eczacıbaşı Online Stream Analyzer. Thank you so much, Hilmi Bey. Thank you so much. Let's watch the project video. Gizem Sönmez, production engineer for 2 years at Eczacıbaşı, and I worked as the project lead. In the we would like to take the ore of 1,100 meters deep, and we do the flotation. This requires a quality control, but we would reach that data 16 hours after, and the operator has to do a manual tracking. So thanks to this project, we started to real-time see and interpret and analyze, and with data of 10,000 lines, this is creating a great repository for flotation data, and yield is everything. And we have increased the yield by 4%, and that means that we could run the facility 1 day extra, and the whole project team and the facility and Eczacıbaşı are attributing a great deal of importance to digitalization. And on the journey of Industry 4.0, we have taken a great step. So Eczacıbaşı and Eczacıbaşı are now going to continue their efforts. Thank you. So we are going to continue with the 8th category, Best Digital Product Service Business Model. Let's see the the applicants. The shortlisted 3 projects, and I would like to invite Eczacıbaşı Group Investment Office President İpek Güleç to stage to announce the winner. Welcome. I would like to congratulate you. Every time. Could you please move? Thank you. Well, congratulations, İpek Hanım. Thank you so much. Let's watch the project video. Hi, Dr. Nadia Güher. I am the Director of Partnerships of Eczacıbaşı Dijitaliz. So, this is a digital ecosystem where we gather together the stakeholders through web or app. It is reachable. You can have online or physical interviews. The physicians, psychologists, lab, screening centers, hospitals, universities are playing a role, a part of the platform. And around 130 university professors, 30 different disciplines are available, and they have the chance to meet the patients. So we have really disrupted, because many people from different parts of the country have reached our physicians. Digital capability, social, economic, cultural, is completely regardless of the structures. This could change. This could be a game changer. We have been a pioneer. Well, congratulations. And in 9 categories, best digital sustainability. And now we are going to see the applicants. And now, the 3 shortlisted projects. Devrim Çubukçu. Now, the Sustainability Public and Corporate Relations Coordinator is going to take the floor. I would like to congratulate everyone. No traditional bicameral. Digital survey. A round of applause for the team. Well, congratulations, Devrim Bey. Thank you so much. Let's watch the project video. Hi, I'm Burça Katay. I'm a technical manager, and I have been working at Eczacıbaşı for 11 years. So, tile is a very traditional method comprised of 3 layers, maste and agopa, and also the glazing. And all of those semi-finished products indicate and they guide your application process. And now all the processes have been digitalized and supported through AI models in the tile production. Because R&D activities and your know-how are distinguishing you, because all the other resources and raw materials and processes are the same. We wanted to be a leader. It's never relying upon the experience or the operator. Machine learning and continuous improvement are utilized in a digitalized business model. The system is a learning system. Well, when you feed the data, it is always creating optimum problems with the least energy consumption, and we have seen savings in water, natural gas, and raw materials from the natural resources. Digitalization is a long journey, and from day one, we have been supported by all the team members and all of the stakeholders. Congratulations once again. And the 10th category, the best digital communication category, I would like to first of all see the candidate projects who apply to this category. And now we have the 3 shortlisted projects. And I would like to invite Eczacıbaşı Group Corporate Communications and Nejat Eczacıbaşı Foundation Director İlkay Yakalın to the stage to announce the winner project. Well, great work everyone. Winner project is okay. Rotar, Delay Communication Lounge. Congratulations! You are called upon to the stage. It's all female team, I guess. Congratulations, İlkay Hanım. Thank you so much. Another project video. Hi, I'm Zeynep. I work as media planning executive. And as the leading condom brand, we would like to grow the category and we would like to increase the use of condom and we would like to understand the main target audience of men. And we wanted to look into the digital insights and see something which is very frequently seen among women. Well, they start thinking of different things to delay the sexual peak. And we have captured this insight from the digital and we have planned a 360 communication strategy and we have looked at the data of the previous campaigns and we have started to work on the segmentation. And by using the data in the right fashion, we have created positive insights, 332 million views, and the total number of clicks is 1 million. And we have reached out to 70% of the target audience. There has been an increase by 2 points in the trial use. I'm sorry, it's inaudible to the interpreters. We can't hear anything. I'm sorry. The interpreters can't hear because there's no sound. Thank you. So the 11th category is the best digital try and learn category. First, see the shortlisted projects, and the winner is. We are going to invite Esra Eczacıbaşı Coşkun, Eczacıbaşı Group Digital Transformation Office Coordinator and Board Member. And we have seen the shortlisted project. And the best digital try and learn category, the winning project is Eczacıbaşı Building Products. Well, congratulations and thank you so much. Well, there you go. Well, congratulations, Esra Hanım. We have one last category.
Let's have the project video of the team, please. Hello, my name is Alican Utku Hasköse, IT specialist, and I'm responsible for operations. And I've been working for the Eczacıbaşı Group for almost 2 years now. So the quality of the products that we produce is of paramount importance for us. And we work on the products visually, and as we have rolled out our project, the main question we had in mind was whether we could improve the processes with artificial intelligence. From production equipment to process parameters, we made pairings, and with this we have created artificial intelligence algorithms. And the software is now able to anticipate the quality controls, and we have done this in real time. These controls were based on the operators, and we had an analog process. As a result of the project, the product quality output was increased. And that was an important step for us. And thanks to all team members who have contributed to this project. Thank you. And category 12, the last one. We don't have the finalists and no candidates. So this is something extraordinary, and it's an award that represents different ways of doing business. Could you please have the envelope, please? End-to-end digital. Welcome and congratulations. We will have a group photo. Congratulations. Thank you for sharing your excitement. Let's have a family photograph. Atalay Gübra, Seyfi Sarıçam, Hilmi Koçak, İpek Güleç, Devrim Çubukçu, İlkay Akalılı, and all the project teams who have been awarded for a family photo.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz hepinize katılımınız için.
Well, thank you very much for your participation. Now we wanted to conclude this great day with a family photo. We would like to thank you very much for joining our excitement. I do apologize if I had made any mistakes. See you next year in Dijitaliz 2024. Thank you.
Herkesi biraz sahnenin soluna doğru. Tamam, yeterli. Teşekkür ediyoruz. Ödül kazanan tüm ekipleri bir kez daha tebrik ediyoruz.